Okay guys, so today's, that is your second class of environment, would be purely current affairs. Some parts that we had left, that is like almost 15 slides that were left from the previous class, that again has a current affair overlap. So that is what we'll be doing today. How many of you have already prepared environment current affairs? As in prepared in the sense you've gone through sources, made notes of yourself, not printouts or anything, not where you have highlighted in printouts do not count as going through environment. None of you, like one of you, rest? All the, oh, how do you make that call? Like, I'll do this month, not the other one. Okay, so what I have done for this class, online guys, is it audible, visible? Is that all clear? Okay. So, what I have done for this particular classes, those who've read maybe any of your popular sources of current affairs, which you all know which I'm talking about. Okay. So, I've had so many students come up to me and tell me that I've read that material, almost 130 pages, but I'm not able to recollect anything. The fact being, most of it given in it is like so much of, like for example, if they are talking about COP27, they'll talk about one para of COP27, but they'll talk about 26, 25, 24, 23. It'll be given in the appendix. There'll be 3-4 pages of all the organizations formed. This is the reason why you're not able to recollect all this information. Not all of this information is equally important. So what I've done is, I've taken 3 sources. Okay, one is the so-called popular source. Next one is, again, you all know PMFIA has a very strong environment current affairs. So that is a very valid source for environment. Then apart from that, I have taken the IAS Baba material also. So what I have picked is, from all of this, what are the most crucial current affairs? And today I think we will be discussing over 100 topics. Okay. So again, 100 topics when I'm discussing, it's not all going to be different organizations or anything. These are all from species, organizations, from all aspects, which are the most important ones. Okay. That doesn't mean this list is exhaustive. For environment and science and tech are 2 subjects where you can do all the work that is there. UPSC will still find out some trick question that is there, but that you will have to leave it to your luck. That is the only thing I can say. Okay. Now with that, let's start the class. First section that we are going to go through is some of the portions that were left from yesterday's class. It's regarding your air pollutants. Now, see again, common, you all have the slides, right? I've put all the slides into the group. So if you want to refer through the slides also, that's also fine. You don't have to write anything separate. Coming to the air pollutants, you know very well that the major air pollutants that we see around us are your carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and your CFCs. Apart from that, you also have something called as black carbon. You also have something called as brown carbon, and you have certain other gases also. But the most crucial ones are these. Now, amongst this itself, carbon monoxide is slightly dense than air gas. Okay, these pointers are basic science ideas. So I'm just recollecting those things. Carbon monoxide is slightly less dense than air. It's a short-lived gas. Why is it a short-lived gas? Again, the nature being, carbon monoxide is a product of incomplete combustion of something. Okay, when carbon burns in an incomplete manner is where you have carbon monoxide, which means its first urge would be to go and combine and form a much more stable component. So this is the reason why carbon monoxide present in the atmosphere is relatively short-lived. Now, again, understand the largest source of carbon monoxide is natural, not your automobiles. Again, a pointer. We might think it's carbon monoxide coming from automobile exhaust or anything that is the most important source, but it's natural sources that give out carbon monoxide. We don't register carbon monoxide as a major thing at that point. Why? Because from the natural sources, whenever carbon monoxide is released, they quickly go and fix and become a stable component. So they do not exist in the atmosphere as a major pollutant. But when humans are also giving the pollutants, that is where it becomes in excess and we feel it as a pollutant in the air. Now, this will come again, we'll be defining something because I just feel they could ask a question related to it. There is something called as direct greenhouse gases and indirect greenhouse gases. I'll give you an exhaustive list on both of this. Right now, understand carbon monoxide is not a direct greenhouse gas. Why do you think, just again, what do you think is a direct greenhouse gas? See, understand pollutant is different from greenhouse gas. Okay, not all pollutants need to be greenhouse gases. Pollutants means something is present in a certain level amount. That is when it becomes harmful for the human health. Your greenhouse effect means it should have the ability to trap certain parts of the sunlight. Okay. In the case of carbon monoxide, we already established the fact that it's very short-lived. Okay. So, in this process of trying to attain stability, it quickly metabolizes into something much more stable, and that one is the direct greenhouse gas, which is your carbon dioxide in most of the cases. Got it? Apart from that, you have again carbon dioxide. It is a heavier than air gas. It's also an asphyxiant gas, means when it is present in certain amounts, higher amounts, it is liable to cause breathing difficulties in humans. Okay. Now, we have something called as your CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons. Chlorofluorocarbons are normally seen in your refrigerators, air conditioners, aerosols, sprays, etc. Speaking about aerosols, again, I just want to touch upon the idea. You have, whenever we normally say aerosols, we see it in the light of pollutants. But if they give a very general question on aerosols, I want you to understand, aerosols are both natural and man-made. Okay. So, you have a lot of natural aerosols in the form of, for example, when you see what is an aerosol? First tell me that. Minute particles suspended where? That is the important part. Minute particles suspended in molecules. See, aerosols are, hear this out very clearly, solid or liquid particles suspended in liquid or gaseous medium. Got it. Normally, for example, if you take any solution, you will have if you have a, solid thing, it will get dissolved. So, if you take a solid, you put it into a liquid, it gets dissolved. That is what you call as a solution. Sometimes things will not get dissolved. That remains as a suspended thing. Aerosol, what happens is, you will have solid or liquid particles. It can be either of these things. What happens is, they get into and they intermingle with a liquid or gaseous medium. Okay. So, they are in such a situation where you cannot call it completely dissolved, nor can you call it, it's like a suspended form also. Got it. So, you all understood what it means? Nandini? Understood? Okay. So, now the pointer over here means that in the case of aerosols, we normally think your man-made aerosols are the major pollutants. But it just so happens that in the earth, when you look at the composition of aerosols, your natural aerosols are much more in number in comparison to man-made aerosols. Okay, just pointing out the fact that over here, when you have aerosols, you have both natural and man-made. Can you give me some examples of natural aerosols? Man-made, we all know, the spray that you normally use, the the deodorant that you use, all those are aerosols, the air fresheners. These are all aerosols. These are all man-made things. What is the example of a natural aerosol? Any example? Think of this concept, solid or liquid suspended in a liquid or gaseous medium. Okay. Some examples over here, smog, cloud, Okay. Now understand over here, one more problem over here is these particles when you suspend. I'll give you one example and you try to compare how your example is different from this. For example, if you've gone to a beach, okay, and you've stood near the shore or somewhere, when constantly the waves come and hit onto any stone or something, after a point, you feel on your face a little bit sticky. The reason being, you cannot call it, your face is having salt solution, nor can you say, it is salt particle. You feel salty. Have you experienced it? Yeah, okay. Now, that comes because the waves which have salt content in it, we are not seeing the salt content in it. These things, what happen is when it goes and hits onto any barrier, it changes its form and sprays as aerosols onto us. Got it? So this is the problem when we say examples like cloud or something. What happens is here you are not in one stage when you see, you are seeing bigger particles which are there. In the case of an aerosol, the particles the size of it is quite negligible. Got it? So this is the reason why smog and cloud would not qualify, but then volcanic eruptions when it happens. Okay? When volcanic eruptions happens, those kind of things, not the one that falls on the ground, but the kind of things that get sprayed into the atmosphere. That is also an example of aerosols. So, logically speaking, your natural aerosols are more in number. Anyway, the reason I pointed that out over here is there's been a lot of discussion about the aerosol content and things like that. So, little bit of basics related to that. Okay, coming back to our topic over here, you know that the chlorofluorocarbons are primarily being monitored by your Montreal Protocol. Okay, now as we move further, we are moving on to photochemical smog. Okay, again, we are dealing with the different kinds of air pollutants and things related to that. Photochemical smog, can you tell me what chemical is the primary agent for photochemical smog? Nitrogen oxides. Get that very clear. You shouldn't get confused between this and acid rain. Here what you have is your nitrogen oxides. You don't see any other particles. What you see is nitrogen and varied forms of nitrogen. You have primary pollutants of nitrogen and the secondary categories of nitrogen alone over here. When those get suspended between the weather phenomena, that is where you have something called as a photochemical smog. You don't have to study the equations or anything. Just have a look at this pictures. You have water, you have nitrogen constantly changing its form into several things like PANs, peroxyacetyl nitrates. These are all secondary pollutants which get stuck in the atmosphere and what we see as a brown color smoke sort of a atmosphere. This is your photochemical smog. Moving on, next thing, fly ash. I have already mentioned to you fly ash is something that's been a UPSC favorite. Again, the reason why it keeps on coming again and again is because these chemicals, see, first of all, understand, fly ash is quite inevitable. As long as we have thermal power plants, we will be having fly ash related to it. What is fly ash? Fly ash is basically when your coal under extreme pressure situations, when it gets burnt, you get some kind of a byproduct which has all the impurities of coal. Understand this. Fly ash happens when your coal is impure. And in India, it just so happens that in our thermal power plants, we use low-grade coal, where the amount of impurities is somewhere between 40 to 55%. So, if the impurities are 40 to 55%, obviously what is going to happen when you're going to burn it? These impurities, coal will get burnt, okay, because you're giving the temperature necessary for the burning of coal. But these impurities which are over there will not get burnt in a complete manner, thus being released as a product. So, your takeaway over here is in India, thermal power plants use low-grade coal with high amount of impurity. This is the primary reason why we have these kind of fly ash being generated. Now, in the case of fly ash, I told you it's impurities in the coal. So, what all are the impurities in the coal? You have silica, alumina, oxides of iron, calcium, magnesium. Look at the list. It's a very exhaustive list. Lead, arsenic, cobalt, copper. Got it. So again, previous UPSC question has been about what are the different components which are there in fly ash. But and at that point they asked a very simple thing. They asked oxides of silica, oxides of alumina, etc. But your takeaway over here is toxic metals like lead, arsenic, cobalt and copper is also present over here. Okay. Time and again fly ash gets coming into the news because in India, Maharashtra was the first state to give out a fly ash utilization policy. They are the ones that said, okay, what are we going to do with the excess fly ash? But very soon after, the central government took it up as a cost. And right now, we have a clear mandate which says that it's mandatory to use fly ash based products in all construction projects or any road projects, any building things which are there, any brick related things which are there, within 100-kilometer radius of a thermal power station. Okay. So it's mandatory to use the, whatever fly ash is being generated from there. And if there is any mine filling activity within 50-kilometer radius. So this is a mandatory policy as of now. Why is fly ash preferred? What is the nature, what is the property that makes fly ash, easily usable for all of this? One of you tell me. Let's see. Tell me. Okay. It's not very clear. High surface area of fly ash. Can you elaborate on that property? Okay. The reason being, fly ash has properties, be the tensile strength, be the coagulant nature of fly ash. All of these are very similar to your normal cement-like properties, which means that wherever you have cement or substitutes of cement, you can easily use it as a substitute. Okay. So this is the reason why fly ash is being utilized. Moving on, very important list for this year. Again, in India right now, until the last time that I took air pollution classes for you, at that point we had these lists over here. We also had a graded response action plan by Delhi. Now we have one more current affair added onto it. So this area of your indices, your response action plans are all quite important for this year's exam. Okay, let's discuss this. First of all, this list is just to show the different kinds of air quality monitoring programs that we have in India, and based on that, what all indices we have in India. The first one being the National Air Quality Monitoring Program. I'm again stressing on the fact, what you have to take away from this particular table is this middle ones. What is being measured in each of this and how is it different from each of this? Okay. First of all, National Air Quality Monitoring Program measures sulfur dioxide, oxides of nitrogen, your suspended particles, your particulate matter 10 and particulate matter 2.5, which means it's primarily 4 major components. Okay. See, I told you a logic then. The more number of areas you have to measure, the indices in India actually take up very few value factors. Here you're taking just 4 value factors. You're taking just particulate matter 10, 2.5, oxides of your sulfur and oxides of nitrogen. But on the other hand, over here, you are measuring those same values for almost 344 cities and towns. In comparison to certain other indices, this is a much more widespread measurement. Okay. So in 344 cities and towns, you are measuring this, and CPCB does this measurement. What is CPCB? Central Pollution Control Board. They are the ones that measure it. Next kind of index is your air quality index. See, look at the words. This is an air quality monitoring program, which means at the end product of it, you are not going to get a color coded thing or you're not going to get anything. You're just going to measure whatever is there in each of these cities. Then you have the air quality index. The air quality index measures your ground level ozone, PM10, PM2.5, carbon monoxide. So 1, 2, 3, again 4 values. But here the important point is, based on this measurement, your city will get color coded into any of the 6 categories which is there. If you've seen, it starts from a very light green color sort of a thing, moves on to yellow, orange and red. 6 different categories are there, and your city will be put into either of these categories based on the levels of these 4 pollutants. Which means what? This is done by CPCB on a pan-India level. Got it? Okay. Moving on, the next index that again measures certain values is sulfur. Okay. Now, sulfur is, out of all the lot that we've studied, this is the one that is the most exhaustive list. Look at what all it measures. PM1, PM2.5, PM10, ozone, carbon monoxide, NOx, SO2, I believe they're almost benzene, mercury. So obviously the question over here is not going to be on what is going to be measured. UPSC is more likely to ask about this factor, and here you will see that this index sulfur is not given by your CPCB or your Ministry of Environment or anything. It's given by your Ministry of Earth Sciences, and it does these measurements only in 4 major cities, being Pune, Mumbai, Delhi and Ahmedabad. Clear? So this index is very important. I do feel they're going to make a comeback into these index and ask a question based on it. Now moving on to graded response action plan. Graded response action plan again was something that was mandated by the Supreme Court. Now, the reason why Supreme Court intervened and all I have dealt in the class, what your takeaway over here is, certain cities in India have extremely high levels of pollutants. Okay, Delhi being one such in case. When the Supreme Court said, they primarily said that, see, you should have a clear action plan based on the levels of pollutant. You cannot have throughout the year one set of pollution control measures. Based on the level of what pollution changes, you should have a graded response. Got it? So you will check how much is the pollution. Based on that, you should have a set of activities to be done. This is the entire idea of graded response action plan. And graded response action plan is not something that it was dictated by the central government or anything. It was mandated by the Supreme Court. Okay? And any city was free to do it. Delhi was actually mandated specifically that you guys have to do it. So when Delhi said this, so here you can see it's a set of emergency measures that kick in to prevent further deterioration of air quality once it reaches a threshold. So the idea is, before it becomes that dark red thing, even if it's a little bit below, you'd start taking measures to prevent it going into a worse condition. Okay. Now, one pointer over here is, in India right now, this graded response action model is taken up by other states also. West Bengal being one that is right now in news for taking it up. So, if a question does come that graded response action plan is only for Delhi, that is now not wrong. That is now not correct. Supreme Court mandated it for Delhi, but any other city was free to do it, and West Bengal has now started working on it. The difference over here being, see, graded response action plan's essence is what? You will check the levels of pollution and you will put in certain measures related to it. West Bengal has in turn done, they've taken only 2 particular levels of pollution and they've given certain set of measures for it. They have not gone into a complete graded response thing. But technically they've said we are implementing graded response action plan. The reason I am telling you is because if again they go into the minute situation and ask you, Delhi and West Bengal have a very similar graded response action plan. No. The way in which they have executed it is different, but technically both of this are called as graded response action plan. Clear? How many of you this is all like first information? No, right? Okay, now this is all information you've heard. Let's move a little bit further and we'll see. Okay. Now, again, when the Supreme Court mandated the Graded Response Action Plan, it asked your EPCA to primarily take the administration of this. At that time, we had a body called as your Environmental Pollution Prevention Authority, which was there. Your Prevention and Control Authority, which was there. That is your EPCA. But right now, again, this one. This is also a current affair. The current affair being that EPCA was about, first let's understand EPCA. Okay, so you had EPCA and EPCA was chaired by a government official of the rank of a secretary or of a chief secretary. EPCA's primary role was to take care of the air pollution problems of Delhi itself. They had other mandates also, but Supreme Court mandated EPCA to take care of the pollution in Delhi. But last year, again, what has happened is EPCA has now been replaced by Commission for Air Quality Management. Okay, so from this broad ambit of environment protection and everything, or Environment Pollution Prevention Authority, now they've gone into simply Commission for Air Quality Management. And here in this Commission for Air Quality Management is right now, if for example, if West Bengal is applying the Graded Response Action Plan, they can, or this commission will be the one undertaking the administrative action of it. Okay, West Bengal can implement it. If they need any technical help, it will be given by your Commission for your Air Quality Management. Clear? Okay. So right now we do not have a particular EPCA. One more thing, because EPCA is gone, EPCA was given about by what act in India? Yes, Environment Protection Act 1986. That is the one that has given out EPCA. Okay. Now moving on to the different pollution laws which are there. We know some of the pollution laws which are there are the Water Prevention and Control Act of 1974. This is the first act that came about, and this is the act that put into place two bodies called as your CPCB and SPCB, Central Pollution Control Board, and State Pollution Control Board for your individual states which are there. But again, understand this got amended in 1988. When it got amended, what happened is, it is at that point where your CPCB and SPCB got the powers to maybe close a certain industrial plant which was not complying with the regulations given by the body. So this amendment is again important because in the context right now, there's a lot of, it's not a very worthy current affair or anything because there's a lot of violation happening, and this power to close down defaulting industrial plants was given by the amendment of 1988 of this particular act. Okay, clear. Then you have the Air Act of 1981, and the Air Act of 1981, they again said all industries which are operating within designated air pollution control areas should obtain a certain consent from the State Pollution Control Board. So that was mandated by the Air Act. Again, the Air Act was amended in 1987, and it is at that point they included noise pollution into the ambit. Okay, so these are broad ideas that you need to know. Now, moving on to very crucial important part, bioremediation. Bioremediation, again, what is the idea of bioremediation? What? Okay, you are doing something to reduce the pollutants in certain areas. But here it's bioremediation, which means you're using biological control factors to reduce the pollutants in a certain area. Bioremediation can be broadly said as in-situ bioremediation and ex-situ. Okay, so broadly if I'm asking bio-venting, bio-sparging and bio-augmentation, is this in-situ or ex-situ? In situ? Yes. These are all in situ models of bioremediation. Because in all of these examples, what is being done is, in a particular area, if there is a pollutant, you are pumping in certain things, changing the composition of that area and increasing the microorganisms growth and trying to break it down, which means the pollutant is treated at its source area itself. Now, what are the minor differences between these? There is a bioventing and there is a biosparging. Most of the times, these are the two things that you guys get confused with. Bioventing is just supply of air and nutrients through wells to contaminated soil to stimulate the growth of indigenous bacteria. So, for example, what is a vent? Anytime you have a confusion, think of that. Your AC and all has certain vents. What happens to the vents? There are certain flaps sort of a thing wherein there is directed flow of air. Okay, so if I'm standing somewhere close to the AC vent, I'm more likely to get a higher pressurized flow. Similar over here in the case of bioventing, you are giving high pressured air and nutrients. When air and nutrients is given, microorganisms growth increases, and with the growth of whatever microorganisms which are over there, they can easily eat up the pollutants which are there. This is the first thing. Second thing is the biosparging, and the difference over here is just minute. Here, you're putting air and nutrients directly to the soil. In biosparging, you will take the water table, you will supply air which is under very high pressure into the water table area, which means you're going to supply so much of oxygen into the groundwater areas which are there. So, primarily, this is being done to treat for if the pollution is so worse, it has seeped into, it has crossed all your soil areas and it is starting to seep into your groundwater areas. Your biosparging is a much more effective technique because you're pumping air directly into the water, and here what is happening is your microorganisms are growing and the same process continues. The key difference being one is onto the groundwater table and the other one is onto the contaminated soil directly. Clear? Okay. Then coming on to while we are on the topic, so I'll call out some elements. I want you to tell me if we can use any of these bioremediation techniques to deal with that certain kind of pollutant. Lead. Unless you have another reason, a strong current affair to believe where someone told you lead cannot be treated, think of the fact that most of your toxic heavy metals, lead, arsenic, fluorine, all of these can be treated by your bioremediation techniques. Okay, now adding on to a little bit more. What about a radioactive element? For example, maybe uranium or something. Anyone wants to add anything onto it? What she said is somewhat it's very close to the answer. What about your radioactive metals? See, let's just try to understand, why is it that some bacteria can come and easily eat up all this? Is it something that, it's something like a very good dietary practice? No, it's because, see, these things, when you have certain bacteria or anything, they have certain enzymes in their body. When those enzymes get released onto a pollutant, that enzymes are strong enough to break down the pollutant into smaller parts. Okay. Or at least these enzymes, when it is released, it will combine with this metal and it will create a slightly less toxic pollutant. This is what is happening. But what happens in the case of radioactivity is, if you have uranium, in the first places, for most of these things, the half-life would be extremely large. Which means even if you have a microorganism that is able to break it, you will not have immediate respite from it. Because it will take a much longer time in comparison to a normal toxic metal. It has to, see, idea is what? It has to break it down into something simple or help it go and combine with something less toxic. These processes take an extremely long time, Thereby, it is not preferred as, whenever there is a radioactive contamination, bioremediation is not a preferred method to treat it. Okay. But you cannot say it's not possible. It's possible, just that the utility of it is going to be lost. What is the point of treating it after some 15, 20 years? You need it to be treated at a particular point. Clear? Okay. Coming into bio-augmentation, which is there. See, in both of the other techniques, bioventing and sparging, you're not supplying microorganisms. What you are doing is, you're giving the conditions necessary for microorganisms growth. Air, water, nutrients, etc. Okay. You give all this, microorganisms grow in abundance, and then treat that in specific area. In the case of bio-augmentation, what is happening is, you are supplying certain bacteria which is there. It can be bacteria, it can be fungi, it can be algae. You are supplying something from outside. This is why it's called bio-augmentation. You're giving in something extra to improve the situation over here. And bio-augmentation is one area where there's extremely high amount of research happening. So you see lot of, for example, one example I put over here is, your Terai has developed a mixture of bacteria called as oil zapper and oil borus. This is a very common example. Again, this year you have your NOAA, National Oceanographic Agency, which is there. They have also developed a certain kind of bacterial combination which is there. So, this is one area where there's a lot of research happening. Since I just touched upon Terai, can anyone fill me up on any one or two programs that Terai conducts in India? Waste to energy is a very general thing, no? Programs, specific programs. We've discussed this, not yesterday, but in the environment class. Yes, we have three major programs. You had a Green Olympiad happening, you had a Griha assessment happening, and you also had an LED lighting program. What was it? Lighting a billion lives. What? Yeah, there's a tagline for it. Anyway, there is an LED program also that is being conducted by your Terai. Important one being your Griha. What is Griha? Yes, you are assessing the buildings based on how environmentally friendly its construction and its existence is, and you're giving a certain rating for it. Okay. I taught this to all of you, not just to the PEP batch. Why is the FC people looking as if I did some crime that you I've taught all this to you also. Next, ex-situ methods of bioremediation. Ex-situ methods of bioremediation mostly are land farming, bioreactors and composting. Again, what happens in ex-situ? You take the polluted area because you cannot treat it in that specific area due to any constraints. You're taking it from there, purifying it in a separate area. Here, the first one being land farming. The contaminated soil is excavated, spread over a clear, prepared bed, and you're leaving for nature to take its course. Okay, you're not adding anything extra, you're just taking the contaminated soil, you're putting it out so that there is much more exposure to air, and in the course of time, slowly it will get degraded. So, obviously, you can understand this is a much more delayed technique of bioremediation. Then, the next thing is bioreactors. Bioreactors, again, what happens is whatever is polluted, that is your soil, your sediments and everything, is put through a certain system, and in the system what happens is it passes through several layers of pollutant clearing mechanisms. Just like you have a normal, if you've seen a sludge water treatment plant, maybe in your smaller classes you would have studied, where wastewater goes through several layers and comes out as potable or nearly potable water. Similarly, in a bioreactor, contaminated solid material, which is your soil, sediments, etc., all the water which is there passes through these containers and it comes out as purified. Again, how does it come out as purified? Is it some magic? In these several layers, you will have the bacteria necessary to purify this also. you will have water. You will either have aerobic or your anaerobic bacteria that will purify this entire process. Clear? Next is composting. Composting is the most simplest technique. What happens is, here you are taking up the impure material which is there, or the polluted material which is there, putting it into someplace else, covering it along with other organic material, so that this organic material and the microorganisms in it will eventually break down the pollutants in that area. Okay, so these are all ex-situ methods which are there. Then, in the same line, you have something called as your Maresol technology. Again, it is a current affair. Maresol technology is a bioremediation technique of hydrocarbons. What are hydrocarbons? Carbon, hydrogen molecules, which it means any of your oils, your petrol, your diesel, any of your normal fuel things would fall under this category. So, Maresol is basically a technology developed by the National Institute of Ocean Technology, wherein they are using certain hydrocarbonoclastic bacteria and treating the polluted area which is there. So, what kind of an example is this? Is this an example of an in-situ method or an ex-situ method? It's an in-situ method of bio-augmentation. Okay? Again, see, if a question does come, they're going to ask it because there's not much information on what, you have the names of the bacteria and all, but it's not, that is so much of technical information for a UPSC question. So, they would be sticking on to what this technology primarily is. These are the words: in situ, bio-augmented, bioremediation technique for hydrocarbons. Moving on to e-waste pollution. E-waste pollution again is doing its rounds because we've had an amendment happening. We've had certain changes into the rules of e-waste. So, we have to deal with this. First of the thing is, India is the world's third largest generator of e-waste, right after China and US. These are just factual information related to it. You also see that this is a report given by the Global E-Waste Monitor. That is again published by your United Nations, okay, specifically your UNEP. Do one thing, because again, if you've not already made any current affair things, keep aside whenever I'm discussing, if I'm coming across any report, just write it separately into your notes, okay? Because at the end of this class where we've discussed all the current affairs, you're going to end up with a lot of factual information. So, figure out a way to segregate it at the beginning itself. Now, coming on to the next point over here, we are generating almost so much tons of e-waste, but only 22.7% of the e-waste is only collected, dismantled, recycled or disposed of. This is a very abysmal number for a country like India. So, now coming into the points related to it, the different kinds of rules that we have been forming for dealing with this e-waste pollution. First set of rules happened in your 2016. E-waste is something where some terms become important. The first term being extended producer responsibility, which was already asked by UPSC. Extended producer responsibility simply just means that even after something has been sold to a consumer, the responsibility of the producer does not cease over there. The producer has responsibility even further, even when the whatever is the good, it gets damaged, it needs to be replaced, or it's finally thrown off. In all of these situations, you have the producer, or you have to have the producer taking responsibility for it. So, this is your extended producer responsibility. Again, to slightly move into a current affair over here, this year again has been important for something called as your right to repair. Heard about this? Okay. Is this fundamental right? It's just given decoratively, right to repair. Okay. What exactly is it dealing with? What is the idea of right to repair? It's not fundamental right, guys. If someone at the back is still, oh yeah, it is under Article 21. No, okay, it's not a fundamental right. It's just a term that the government has come up with. What is the idea of right to repair? Why? Okay. Okay, we'll stop there before we go into violate manufacturers. Think about it again. Okay, fine. Or to the consumer. Yes, this is the idea. So it's not something that is what you say done in shadows and blinds and everything. The idea is just saying that normally a lot of producers, especially producers like maybe Apple or so, what they do is they keep their repair technology quite sealed off. You have to give it to them, or you have to either replace it with their own product, then only you will get a better one in your hand. So here what the government says is that the consumer and any of your local manufacturers will have the right to get into the system and repair it if needed. And to do this, what is being necessary? See, they cannot just open it up and pull out things, right? The manufacturer has to make it available to these people, what technology has gone on to creating it and what technology has to be used to repair it. This is the part where it becomes important, because this will actually be leading to a lot of manufacturers being in a very hot water situation, because they'll have to give. They had a monopoly over repairing these things, the amount of money from it. Now that is not going to be there. Coming back to this, so here this is again done in relation with the fact that extended producer responsibility is there, and even the consumer is being given the right to either repair or get, check these things which are needed. One other word related to the e-waste rules is this one, your ROHS provisions, reduction of hazardous substances. Reduction of hazardous substances is not something that is coming in the end product. It is being said that when you manufacture something itself, kindly use less polluting or less hazardous substances. It's a mandate that the government is giving to the manufacturers of your electronic goods which are there. Now, time and again, this is one provision that has been enforced a little bit more stricter. If you look at, as we go further, we'll see that. But remember, reduction of hazardous provisions is also, hazardous substances is also related to your e-waste. Then, an added information, we have an e-waste clinic at, or the first e-waste clinic at Bhopal. See, this is one part where I'll be giving you some, like, the, related information over there. It's mostly because it's all scattered in several places. Even in my head, it's going to be scattered because I am reading it from different sources. So as and when I'm recollecting things related to it is where I am giving you the information. So you either write it down, because don't just depend on these slides for all the info. Okay. Now, the e-waste management rules of 2016 goes on and gives a little bit more detailed description. And here we see one more word called as producer responsibility organizations. See, at the very crux of it, government said producers have extended responsibility. Now, if extended responsibility is there, not all producers in India have the ability to take up the e-waste, dismantle it, or do something related to, if you have to replace it, repair it. Not all of them have the technology nor the financial ability. So what in turn happened is, government envisaged something called as your producer responsibility organizations. Producer responsibility organizations would be basically a community of those producers. For example, take there is a particular chip, a silicon chip that has to be created. So what happens is, that silicon chip, whoever is manufacturing, they will have a producer organization related to it. So what happens is whatever technology is related to breaking it down or whatever technology is related to recycling that thing, they can share it amongst their peers of that particular manufacturing. So this is the idea. It's a very noble idea about producer responsibility organizations, where certain organizations will be given this idea or will be given the permission to collect this e-waste and break it down into whatever parts or recycle it. In India, a country as large as India has now only 74 producer responsibility organizations. But certainly the goods that we manufacture, the e-waste that we generate is extremely high in comparison to this number. This is the reason why this is your 2016 rules. In the next rules, they added one other category of people called as your authorized recyclers. The reason being that in most of the cases, the producer responsibility organization is quite disconnected with the normal consumer which is there. The normal consumer will be getting all these e-waste, they'll keep it with them, they'll just try to dispose it off to some kabadi wala who comes over there, okay? Or they'll just throw it, it's some way which is not very scientific. So you needed one more chain over here that will collect it from these people and maybe pass it on to the producer responsibility organizations. Or this chain itself could actually break it down, give only the necessary metals to these producer responsibility organizations. So you needed a group of people who were equipped to do it. And thus, in your e-waste management rules 2022, one of the category of people that is being introduced is your authorized recyclers. So authorized recyclers would be licensed. Now again, understand a lot of the people that come and collect waste from our places, e-waste and everything, might not be licensed people which are there. So here they're calling, you will be given a specific authorization. They can come and collect the e-waste. They will have the technology to either dismantle it. They can either break it and recycle it at their point, or if they want, they can pass it on to the producer responsibility organization. So they have now been a link between the consumer and the PROs. This is the one point that has happened in your 2022 rules. Again, 2022 rules is a current affair. That's why we are discussing it in detail. The second thing, again, 2016 rules just mandated that reduce the hazardous substances which are there. But in 2022, they have mentioned 3 specific elements: lead, mercury and cadmium. Okay. So again, this becomes important because of this. You have a lot of other toxic metals, but lead, mercury and cadmium have been clearly mentioned in the 2022 rules. These metals or these elements should be taken care of. When you're producing something, you should have very minimal amounts of these elements. Okay. The third provision were that certain targets were fixed. And the targets were producers of electronic goods have to ensure that at least 60% of their electronic waste is collected and recycled by 2023. And as we go further, 2024, 2025, the targets have to reach up to 80%. So they are saying somewhere between 2023 to 2025, target has to be raised from 60 to 80%. Okay. Now, here comes the next important thing that has happened in 2022, because now again, what have they done? They've given targets for all the industries. Just like we talked about carbon credits yesterday, even these targets have to be met by these producer or these manufacturers which are there. Most of them will not be able to meet these targets. So at that point, what has happened? This innovation of e-waste certificates have come about, wherein some producer which has overachieved and crossed its target will be able to create whatever is the extra target that they've achieved. It will be in the form of credits, and they can sell it off to another producer who has not reach to the particular target. Just like how your carbon trading works. Got it? So again, your 2022 rules become monumental because of all of these things. So right now you have e-waste certificates, you have authorized recyclers, you have targets, you have 3 specific elements being mentioned in the rules. Clear? Okay. Now, moving on to another topic, bio-toilets. Bio-toilets again was time and again it comes into a UPSC perspective because of the technology that is being under it. First of all, bio-toilets are the ones that you normally see. If you've ever traveled in an Indian Railways train, you would have seen a bio-toilet in it. The idea of it being that in the normal scenarios, whatever waste was generated in the toilets would fall onto the tracks and corrode, because the waste has ammonia content and everything in it. It would corrode the tracks on continued exposure. Now with bio-toilets, what happens is the waste or the byproduct that is coming out of this is not toxic enough to be corroding your tracks which are there. So what is happening in the bio-toilets? Just have a brief look into this. I just want you to understand what kind of oxidation is happening, nothing more. Okay, so here you have the entire waste being given and you have anaerobic oxidation happening. So you have anaerobic bacteria that is breaking it down, and what it is broken down is into methane and carbon dioxide. So your normal organic matter just being into the toilet is broken down into methane and carbon dioxide. In the earlier cases, it would be water, ammonia and several other. Water and all, you know, it's heavily corroding when it falls onto your iron substances which are there. So now what we're dealing with is with carbon and methane and carbon dioxide. Now you will have a question, say again, that is also polluting in nature, but just for the sake of the preservation of the tracks which are there, this is a lesser, what you say, toxic substance in comparison to the railways which are there. Clear? Okay. Now moving on to plastic waste. Plastic waste rules of your 2021-2022. Again, the idea of it is it prohibits identified single-use plastic items. Okay, this is the first thing. Single-use plastic items are those kind of substances which have a very less micron width and they are used only for a single time, for a single purpose which is there. So now what you have to have is, they have very low utility and very high littering potential. So now as per the specific rules which are there, they are being prohibited. Okay, so single-use plastic has been prohibited. That is the first change. The second change is the thickness of the plastic carry bags are now increased to 120 microns. In the previous, Plastic Act is something that has been going on, being amended in the past few years. They've constantly changed the micron. At right now, we're standing at 120 micron width. Okay. Finally, again, this has also happened over here. In the case of plastic waste also, they've given certain targets to the industries as to how much plastic waste should be collected back. And if that is not being sufficed, you also have surplus extended producer responsibilities certificates for your plastic waste. Again, if the targets are not missed, if the targets are missed, you can use these certificates and compensate for the targets. Now, certain other current affairs related to plastics. India Plastics Pact. What happened? What? Okay. India Plastics Pact. India Plastics Pact is primarily your certain business-led initiatives that try to transform how plastic packaging can be changed. So here you have CII along with your WWF. I think you can start making the list from now onwards because we are going to see a lot more initiatives. So India Plastics Pact is a collaboration between your CII and worldwide fund, what they try to do is they're trying to figure out what all can be the effective substitutes of plastic products which are there. There is also something called as an unplastic collective, and the unplastic collective on the other hand is a voluntary initiative given by UNEP and the same thing CII and WWF. Again, unplastic collective also the mandate is same. The only difference being you have UNEP added on to your unplastic collective. Okay. Replan. Replan is again a kind of plastic substitute finding mission which is there, but this is under your Khadi and Village Industries Commission. And here what they try to do is, Replan primarily stands for reducing plastic in nature. They're trying to create, okay, you have plastic, but then if you can use it for any other kind of coagulants, any other kind of construction materials and so on. So in this manner, they have made certain rags as in bags which are there. They've made a terracotta grinder which is there. So all these things have been used, and this is all happening under Replan. The only catch over here being Replan is under your KVIC. Okay. Again, on a totally different note, KVIC is one organization that you can study in depth. Okay, like if you want to do a little bit on the government schemes or anything, KVIC is one organization where a lot of schemes can be asked as UPSC questions. Okay. Now, moving on to the next, you have something called as your Glow Litter Partnership. Glow Litter Partnership is launched by your IMO, FAO, and the initial funding has been from the government of Norway. The idea of Glow Litter Partnership is again, you have all these countries coming together trying to reduce marine plastic pollution. See, don't write entire statements. If you're making small notes over here, just the key pointers. If it's Replan, it's substitute for plastic. If it's unplastic collective, it's voluntary initiative for businesses. Again, what is this? Here it's marine plastic pollution. Okay. So with this, we have dealt a lot part of the previous day's portions. Now moving on to certain categories over here. Okay. Again, when it comes to forests and the current affairs related to it. First thing is, we have had the State of Forest report of 2021. And before I go into the findings of the report, here are a few terms that constantly come with relation to the report. I don't know, I was just preparing on the report and I just felt they could ask some kind of a tricky question on this. Let's just have a look at it. There are major areas called as tree cover, trees outside forests, and your forest cover. Okay, if you've seen the report, these are three terms that constantly come over there. Now, what is the difference between each of this? See, in India, there is something called as your RFA. RFA is your recorded forest area. Okay. Now, recorded forest area, I want you to understand, this is a out of all these numbers, this will be like the most broad classification of forests, because in the recorded forest area, what is our idea? We want to show like we have good amount of forests, which means that in areas which are there, even if 2 or 3 trees are growing, we would categorize it under your recorded forest area. Sometimes there are not even trees growing. Okay, there used to be trees at those areas also. In the government records, they have put it under recorded forest area. So this is like something that you have to keep in mind before we go into these terms. Now, recorded forest area in the first place itself is a very broad classification, and this is what you will find in the government records. First term, which is called as tree cover, is primarily all patches of trees. You don't have to remember the number. All patches of trees less than 1 hectare area The density does not matter. It can even be a small tree with a very small canopy, but the point is, it is outside your RFA. So tree cover, when I'm saying, it's your new forests that are coming up. Recorded forest area is something that is already there in the government records. So they have made it based on a lot of different calculations of previous 5 years, previous 10 years and so on. Tree cover, when I'm saying, so if I'm saying in one area the tree cover has increased, it primarily means the area beyond your recorded forest area is having new growth of some kind, or it's having some tree growth which is there. Okay. The catch over here being, you don't have to bother how big the canopy is. See, normally when I'm saying tree, what is the picture that will come to your mind? One nice bark will be there, lot of leaves and all will be there. But in your tree cover, it need not be the case. It's just patches of trees which are there. So this is the first thing, tree cover. Next thing is your forest cover. Forest cover is all patches of land with a tree canopy density of more than 10% and more than 1 hectare area in area, irrespective of land use, ownership, etc. Which means in your recorded forest area, if you are having these kind of things like what you say 10% density of canopy, 1 hectare area of land is getting covered, those are called as your forest cover. So understand what your takeaway should be over here is, recorded forest area is not equivalent to forest cover. Got it? Recorded forest area is a much more broader number. That is not equivalent to forest cover, because in the forest cover, you need certain conditions to be satisfied. 10% density, you need certain amount of area to be covered by it. Okay, you all know this. Is that why you all are in such bliss at this point? You know it. Do you all seem like, yeah, okay, it's all right, we know all this. I mean, it's a level of confidence I'm seeing on your face. Can you please tell me if I am wasting my time teaching you this? Okay. Wow. Anyway, one good point is sit with the same amount of confidence for the prelims exam, okay? Because I'm seeing that you all are like, whatever comes, I will solve. Then coming into one category called as trees outside forests. Now, understand, trees outside forest again is constantly, what you say, confused between your tree cover which is there. Because trees outside forest says all trees outside your recorded forest area, irrespective of the patch size. Now, what is the difference between that and this one? It says includes all patches of trees less than 1 hectare area. When you come to the tree cover, they're specifying it should be less than 1 hectare area. In the case of your trees outside forest, they're not specifying it. They're saying anything outside your recorded forest area. So, in your trees outside forest, you will have several tree covers happening. Got it? Okay. Keep this in mind because we are going to very soon see something called as Trees Outside Forest Initiative and all coming up, taken up by several states. I went into the depths of this definition because we have schemes that mention these specific terms. Is it all clear right now? Okay. Now coming back to the State of Forest report, which is there. Quickly, let's try to understand. The State of Forest report says the total forest and tree cover is 24.62% of the geographical area. This has undergone an increase from the previous year. Okay. Again, the pointer being, it's undergone only a very small increase. Got it? It has increased, but if they're saying it is a very drastic increase, that's wrong. Because what are we measuring over here? Forest, no? Within 2 years, they will not spring up and have so many covers over there, right? So, what you have to understand is, there is an increase from the previous year and these particular states have clearly had a very clear increase from its previous number. So, Andhra Pradesh has seen the highest growth in your forest cover which is there, followed by Telangana, Odisha, Karnataka and Jharkhand. Okay. So this is not, again I'm specifying, it's not the area that is covered under forest or anything, it's the increase from the previous year. Okay. Very notable thing to be said over here is, there is a decrease in the forest cover of northeastern region. Okay. So again, the reason being the development activities that are taken apart from these areas. Can anyone else tell me one more reason? I've discussed this, then I taught you in the FC class, but I told this in relation to another topic like Campa. Do you find any other reason relating to why there could have been a decrease? Slash and burn is the nature of the agriculture that happens over there. Anything related to Campa, you remember? There is a change in our Campa rules. It's not very important, but there's a change in the Campa rules that have happened in the last 2 years. First of all, Campa. What is Campa? Compensatory afforestation. Yeah, okay, yeah. Now, change in Campa. Anyone remembers one point? Okay. See, in Campa, there was previously a provision which said, whichever area, for example, I am cutting down a tree or cutting down a forest area in Kerala. They said, in Kerala itself, you will have to take up the afforestation measures. Got it. But in Campa, they have now changed this and said, if your forest cover is more than 85%, that means if a state has a forest cover more than 85%, then you don't necessarily have to do your afforestation activity over there itself. You can choose the state in which you take up the afforestation activity. So, those states which have forest cover more than 85% are your northeastern states like your Mizoram, all these areas which are there. So, there what is happening, forests are getting cut, but the afforestation is not happening there. The afforestation is happening in some other areas. Got it? So, this is the reason why you are not, so forest is getting cut because of the development activity, but in turn, if there is to compensate it, if there is a proper afforestation, we will not see a decrease in the tree cover, but there is a decrease in the tree cover because of this point also. So, if at all they give a question, Campa has to do with this decrease also. Clear? Okay. The mangrove cover in the country has increased by 0.34%. It's a good point of that. Then, along with this year's State of Forest report, they also measured the forest fire probability areas, and it came out to see that Mizoram, Tripura, Meghalaya and Manipur in the northeastern region have the highest probability of forest fires. Okay, so this was also measured, and that brings us to this specific thing. We are not going to go into the technology of it again. I just want you to remember, in this year's State of Forest report, they have utilized the grid vegetation change index to determine how much forest cover has been there, how much of forest fire probability is there. All of these have been determined using this particular index. When I was taking class, I explained the full details of it. You don't need, like, at this point, you just have to revise it and go. This grid vegetation change index was put into action primarily because of the data of these particular satellites, Sentinel-2, Landsat and Spot. Okay. So, again, what is your takeaway? It is a new technology that is being used to create the State of Forest report, and to create all the data related to it, they have utilized this particular satellite information. Then, moving on to World Forestry Congress. We are in the forest area at this point. World Forestry Congress is held approximately once every 6 years. Yeah, it's held approximately once in every 6 years, and you will see that very recently in 2022, it got again held. That is why it is a current affair for us. Understand, the World Forestry Congress is not an intergovernmental meeting. It does not have any formal constituencies or country delegations. It's primarily a partnership of your NGOs, forest conservation groups, forest conservation related charities, all of them come together and attend this meeting which is there. Okay, so it's held in every 6 years. 2 points to be noted over here is, as part of this year's World Forestry Congress, they came up with 2 measures: a firm mechanism and safe initiative. Don't have to know the details of it. If at all it's coming, they will relate it to a prominent international organization. Here you just have to know a firm mechanism means the assuring of future of forests with integrated risk management. Sustaining an abundance of forest ecosystem is your safe initiative. Both of it came as part of your World Forestry Congress. That doesn't end there. We also have another declaration that was given out. It was called as the Seoul Forest Declaration. Seoul Forest Declaration urges the responsibility of the forest have to be shared across several stakeholders. So you do understand when the World Forestry Congress was there, they discussed the Seoul Forest Declaration, and you will see that they have finally said investment in forests and landscape globally needs to triple by 2030. One more pointer over here is, along with the Seoul Forest Declaration, they also gave out something called as State of the World's Forest Report. So put it under your report categories which are there. It's a State of Forest or World Forest Report given by your FAO. This is the catch. It's not by UNEP. It's given out by FAO. Again, just like we have the recent COP27 which happened at Egypt. Before that, we had the COP26 which happened at Glasgow. For you guys, both of these COPs and both of the outcomes of these COPs are important. You cannot just stop with the 2022 one. You have to know about the 2021 also. So one such initiative related to forests that came about in 2021 was the Glasgow Leaders Declaration on Forests and Land Use. Again, this happened at the ambit of your COP26. But it was related to forests. See, understand COP, who brings out COP, or who is the one, who is the organization that conducts COP, or this specific COP that I am talking about? We have COPs of several organizations. This COP27, 26 and all is done by UNFCCC. Okay. So UNFCCC primarily deals with your climate change alone. Here they have ventured into forestry also because again that is also part of their mandate. What have they done over here? In COP26, they came up with this Glasgow Leaders Declaration on Forest and Land Use. 105 signatories including UK, US, Russia and China came out and said we have to halt and reverse forest loss and land degradation by 2030. And this meeting was at that point, India had not initiated or taken part in it. Later on, India has shown an interest to be part of this grouping. Again, very, how many of you have come across this particular current affair? You've come across. No. You also come. Okay, fine. This is amongst your forest. If I had to pick one current affair or two current affairs, if quite important. One would be the Peace Forest Initiative that I told you yesterday. And the other one would be these cloud forests. Primarily because it has everything needed for a good question. Okay. Let's first try to understand what are cloud forests. See, cloud forests are essentially montane rainforests, meaning rainforests which occur on mountains. Why is it so unique? The unique nature of it being, rainforest you don't normally expect to occur at higher altitudes. You see rainforest where you have essential rainfall, you have soil requirements, you see rainforests over there because that is how we've always seen rainforests, right? But imagine seeing a rainforest at a very high altitude on a mountain. And this becomes a exceptional feature. Those kind of forests which occur on these mountains or these rainforests which occur on these mountains are called as your cloud forests. So how is it that, see, they are not going to get so much of rain, but then how are they growing over there? They have very high levels of normal other kinds of condensation happening. Okay, so these are rainforests which not necessarily needs just rain, it can even grow with other forms of condensation. So here they experience heavy rainfall and persistent condensation, and here what happens is on your higher mountain areas you see these forests. You will see that they are found normally in the elevations of ideally when you look at your cloud forest, the elevations are at 3,000 and 10,000 feet, but in some cases even on 1,650 feet in the tropic areas, there also you will see these forests. Now, the reason it becomes important is this forest, if you look at the total number, it actually is only 1% of the total kinds of forests of the world. 1%. But this 1% occurs in those countries called, or these particular 25 countries. Now again, here all these points clearly. These 25 countries happen to be in your Southeast Asian region and your South American region. India is not part of this grouping. Okay, India has cloud forests, but the catch over here is this 25 countries which are called as your cloud forest countries, their 90% of their forest is actually cloud forest. Got it? This is the reason why India is not part of this grouping, because in India 90% of forest you cannot attribute it to any particular kind of forest. We have you have your moist deciduous, dry deciduous, tropical evergreen. So in this particular case, India has, so if the question comes, India has no cloud forest, that is wrong. India has cloud forest, but India has not enough cloud forest to be part of this grouping, because an essential condition of this grouping is 90% of the land area or 90% of the forest should be your cloud forests. So here you come across this next grouping of these 25 countries, and they have formed something called as your Cloud Forest Investment Initiative. Now, in your 25 countries, your notable names that you can maybe keep in mind is, you have China in it. Okay, you have China in it. Apart from that, you have Southeast Asian countries like Malaysia and all. Then you have Ecuador and all from the South American part. You also have Brazil in it. Okay, so from India's point of view, these are the two countries which happen to be part of this grouping. And now the point comes out, these countries have created something called as cloud forest bonds. So there's a cloud forest initiative, now there is a cloud forest bond, wherein they're trying to raise money to preserve these particular forests. Okay. The reason why I told you it has all the elements of a good question is because it's very diverse. India is not part of it, China and Brazil are part of it, but then you have a bond, you have an investment mechanism for it. It can be a geographical question also, where they can ask as to, what is the area that it grows in. So it will grow in tropics also. It will grow on the mountainous areas also. Is this entire thing clear? We move on to climate change. Okay, now we are going into the current affairs related to climate change. First one that we have to discuss is regarding the different kinds of greenhouse gases. Just a little bit basic understanding. Greenhouse gases, commonly what you know are your carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide is N2O, water vapor and chlorofluorocarbons. Now, one point I had mentioned to you. What happened? Just came back from break, nothing else, no? No, okay, yeah. So, one point I had mentioned when I was taking in your normal classes is, see, nitrogen compounds which have the formula NOx, they don't fall under your global warming category. Why? Because these gases are of the global cooling nature. Okay. So this is your key point. If they give you a list of gases and if there is NOx related, so NOx means what? It can either be NO or NO2. Any of these gases are given in that list means you know it is not essentially a global warming gas or a greenhouse gas. Now here you will also see different kinds. This is one point I want to keep in mind. If you take carbon dioxide, this is a previous year UPSC question. What exactly causes this entire idea of global warming or greenhouse, or why is it even called as a greenhouse gas? It traps, we commonly say it traps some part of the sunlight. What part? What part of the sunlight is getting trapped over here? See, you have different parts, which is UV radiation, there is infrared radiation, infrared. It traps the infrared radiation, and that is why heat gets retained over here. Okay. Now, we also know that if you have the sun coming in and there is sun's incoming radiation, and this incoming radiation over here, when it reaches to the ground, it will get reflected back, and most of the times what happens is this reflected sunlight is getting trapped over here. Now, the point being, the carbon dioxide which is there, it's transparent basically to the incoming solar radiation. That means when it is incoming, they are not going to trap or do anything to it. If you have carbon dioxide, it will let the incoming solar radiation pass through. Okay. But the outgoing one is where the carbon dioxide traps it. On the contrary, your water vapor which is present can trap both of it, both the incoming radiation and the outgoing radiation. This is the reason why when you have water vapor, the water vapor content of an area is much more higher. There, the warming potential of that area is much more severe. Got it? Because here, both incoming and the outgoing solar radiation gets trapped. This is a point I want you to keep in mind, because they previously asked just singularly about the feature of carbon, this specific feature about carbon dioxide. They can ask a question regarding the water vapor also. Is that clear to you, what I just mentioned? Okay. Now, moving on to what I mentioned to you earlier, you have certain things called as direct greenhouse gases and then certain lists called as indirect greenhouse gases. The direct or indirect nature of it primarily means, in the case of a direct greenhouse gas, just by them being present in the atmosphere, they have the ability to trap the heat and lead to the heating of the earth. Indirect greenhouse gases, their normal existence will not cause global warming. When they go and combine with some other element or some other compound, those compounds are the ones which cause your global warming. So, if your direct greenhouse gas will come to it, look at the indirect greenhouse gases. Here is where you will see your NOx compounds which I told you. They are not direct greenhouse gases. In fact, NOx particles cause your global cooling itself. But NOx particles can go and combine with other things, and those other compounds can cause global warming. So, this is the reason why Under direct greenhouse gas, we will not mention NOx. But under your indirect greenhouse gases, they can mention your nitrogen oxides. And that will be correct. So what are the indirect ones? There is nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxides, your volatile organic compounds, your sulfur dioxide. These are all indirect greenhouse gases. The direct ones are all of these lists. There is carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, N2O, hydrofluorocarbons, perfluoro, sulfur hexafluoride, nitrogen trifluoride. I've given you the list because I don't know, it's just a hunch that they can ask a very simple question trying to identify the direct or the indirect greenhouse gas. Okay, now we move on to one very important area amongst all your greenhouse gases. One area that is very question worthy this time is methane. Okay, reason being there are a lot of international initiatives coming about on methane. Let's start from the crux of it. Methane, if you look at it, you have a lot of methane emissions in the atmosphere. Methane actually, if you look at the emissions, this is a graph over here, you will see that the highest levels of methane happen to come from your wetlands. Even your fossil fuel extraction, livestock, all of this is only after this. This is something that you have to keep it very clear in your mind. Highest methane emissions from your wetlands, then fossil fuel extraction, livestock and landfill. So at least the first four, arrange it in an order and write it into your notes. Okay. Now in land, for example, in your wetlands, how do methane get produced? Or why is there so much of methane emission from there? You have your organic matter, you have the decomposition of this organic matter happening at very expedited rates because you have water, you have all the necessary conditions over there, you have necessary temperature conditions. So the rate of methane production is also very much higher and the quantity is also higher because of the dead organic matter which is there. So you have wetlands, and after the wetlands, there's a very significant difference. In the wetlands, you have almost 160 million tons per year of methane being generated. Right after that, your fossil fuel extraction is only 130 or 129 range. Got it? So there is a clear difference. This is the first point. Second point is, methane becomes a much more potent greenhouse gas because it has a longer lifespan in the atmosphere, which means it exists in the atmosphere much more longer than your carbon dioxide or other particles. So, which means the longer it stays, the longer it will keep trapping your heat. Got it? So, the lifespan of methane in atmosphere is 20 years. It's actually fewer than your, in comparison to carbon dioxide, it's actually less. Okay. Then, the lifespan is less, but the global warming potential is more than 80 times greater than that of your carbon dioxide. What is global warming potential? Heat trapping ability. So, out of all the direct gases, which has the highest global warming potential? Sulfur hexafluoride. It is in the range of 34,000, something like that. I think 34 or 56,000 is the global warming potential value for it. So, here the global warming potential, the lifespan when in comparison to carbon dioxide is actually less for methane, but the global warming potential is extremely high in comparison to your carbon dioxide. Then coming to the third point over here, India is amongst the world's top 5 methane emitters. And again, in one of the other articles I had seen, India is right now at the third most highest methane emitter is what I can confirm. Okay. So, top 5, we are surely there. Third position is something that I had seen in some articles. Okay. So, in all these contexts, let's start going into the current affairs related to methane. The first term I want to introduce you specifically to methane emissions is this term called as super emitters. Okay. Super emitters. Again, when you hear the term, don't attribute it to any other greenhouse gas. It's presently given the term as the facilities, equipment or other infrastructure, typically in fossil fuel, waste or etc. that emit methane at high rates. So super emitters are those establishments or industries that emit methane at very, very high rates. Again, there is a very similar term for carbon also. We'll come to that thing. So again, if they're going to give you a statement regarding what are super emitters, there will be a confusing statement with another greenhouse gas in it. But remember, this is related to methane. Okay. Now moving on, the next thing is Global Methane Pledge. Again, you can start filling in your organizations and things. Global Methane Pledge was launched at your COP26. That is your Glasgow Summit. It was led by United States and European Union. And the idea is to collectively reduce methane emissions by at least 30% below the 2020 levels by 2030. So it's a very short-term plan that they were intending on to. They wanted to reduce it at least by 30%. And you can see over here, more than 100 country participants have come together, and those together are responsible for only 45% of the global methane emissions. India has not been part of this pledge. That is your takeaway. Why was India not part of this pledge? Just remember it along with the reason. This I have told you in the class. What did you say? Livestock, agriculture. This is the primary reason, because their idea is to collectively reduce methane emissions by putting a curb on methane emissions from agriculture and livestock. So this is why India is not part of this global methane pledge. And this is also the reason, because I just mentioned to you, India is among the top 5 emitters of methane. If India is not part of the pledge, that is why even despite having almost 100 country participants, they are just accounting for 45% of the total methane emissions. The major emitter has not been part of the pledge. Okay. I'm telling you all these auxiliary things because somewhere something should hit when you mark the answers. Moving on to next concept called as Arctic amplification. Again, before we go into Arctic amplification, the first thing that you have to know is there is a phenomena called as polar amplification that is happening. See, we know the entire world is getting warmer. Okay. It's just so that some areas in the world get much more heated up than the rest of the areas. So traditionally, they were looking at all this and they said, okay, the poles are getting heated up, or at least in the poles is where we are seeing clearly the effects of global warming, because the ice is starting to melt, your glaciers are starting to melt. Now, even amongst the poles, now they've concluded it's not both the poles, it's your Arctic region that is getting much more heated up than the rest of the world. This process whereby which the Arctic heats up 4 times faster than the other parts of the globe due to your climate change is called as Arctic amplification. Okay. Coming to a significant point. See, Arctic and Antarctic, to us it looks all the same, no? You have ice everywhere. Why Arctic is heating up 4 times? First comparison is that. Why is Arctic heating up much more than the Antarctic? Now, it was meant to be a rhetoric question, but since you are answering now. Land surface is more compared to oceans.
Arctic is
Something to do with those lines. What? Full hardcore geography, polar vortex and all. Okay. The very simple reason has something to do with what he just mentioned. See, polar amplification is stronger in Arctic than Antarctic. The difference is basically because Arctic is basically an ocean that is just covered by sea ice. Okay. In the other case, Antarctic is actually an elevated continent. Basically means it's a land surface where it is covered with permanent ice and snow. The difference being that in this case, this is essentially fully water. Here you have land. This, at the crux geography, you know that if you have land and water, which heats up faster? Which is heating up faster and which can cool off faster? Land heats up faster, cools down faster. The speed is quick for it. When it comes to water, what is the scenario? It takes long time to get heated up, and at the same time, it takes so much more time to get cooled down also. Which means you could supply the same amount of heat to both the areas, but you will see Arctic, which is having more water, to be the area where there is the process taking a much longer period. Got it? So here, this is the reason why when you just compare Arctic and Antarctic, Arctic is the one that is heating up much more. It's not that more heat is coming over there. It's just that this process is entirely slowed down when it comes to the Arctic. Is that clear? Now, apart from that, all the other reasons that you guys mentioned to me, like for example, your normal global warming, ice, albedo feedback. See, you know, if you have ice in those areas, you have certain reflectivity that is there. So all these other factors, lapse rate, water vapor feedback, ocean heat transport, all of these things are general reasons which are applicable to Arctic. But if they ask you a specific question as to why Arctic and not Antarctic, your most correct reason would be the one that we just previously discussed. If it's like 2-3 different options given, you can pick any of these other options also along with it. Okay. So the point being, now because of all of these reasons and because of the added, heating over here, the Arctic is getting much more heated up. A small auxiliary current affair associated with this, when the Arctic is getting heated up, what along with it is happening is because your permafrost is the area that is getting thawed off, which means the areas underneath it is now starting to see light. And what is underneath it? This is something that we have already discussed. Several things in the form of zombie ice, zombie virus. And beyond all, under your Arctic, and when you have your permafrost areas of the Arctic thawing off, you also have high levels of methane reserves underneath it, natural gas reserves. So these things are also going to come out. So all of these things are the associated effects of your Arctic amplification. Okay. Now coming to this particular diagram. Again, when I was teaching you in class also, I mentioned this is one area where there is huge question potential this time. Now to note over here, we have a lot of different climate tipping points. What are actually tipping points? Yeah, these are basically points from where after you cross that particular thing, you cannot revert it back into its original condition. So you have right now in this diagram, I've shown almost 9 major climate tipping points. One more current affair is there. Right now, scientists have judged and said it's not 9 tipping points. They have increased the number to 16 climate tipping points. Okay, so that is one current affair. So you right now in the world, you have 16 climate tipping points. And out of it, the most important ones are being shown in this diagram. Also understand over here, there are 3 things. There is melting, biome shift and circulation change. Okay, if you look at the color in which it is marked, melting means, for example, if you look the West Antarctic ice sheet disintegration, Greenland ice sheet disintegration, permafrost loss. These are all the ones. See, again, understand certain climate tipping points, when it happens or when you cross that point, some of them will have just a regional impact. Some of them will have widespread impact. Most of the ones which are caused through melting will have widespread impact. It's not going to be a regional impact. Got it. So, West Antarctic ice sheet disintegration, permafrost loss, Greenland ice sheet disintegration. When these things happen, or when these climate tipping points are attained, what is going to happen is it will have widespread changes. But on the other hand, if there is something called as Atlantic meridional overturning circulation breakdown, it's a very regional change that will be happening in that points. Okay, so you don't have to go into the details of this. I just want you to understand that in total, amongst even the 9 ones that I've just mentioned to you, there are climate tipping points which can have regional effects and global effects. The global effects are the ones which will be having a sea level rise or a general increase in the temperature and so on. Clear? One minute, just give me a minute. Okay. Because we are on the topic of ice sheet disintegration, there is another current affair. I have not put it into the list, but then something called as your doomsday glacier. Not doomsday vault, that is a different thing. This is doomsday glacier. Have you heard this? Have you come across that current affair? Yeah, okay. So, this is right. Okay, I won't write it under this. See, I'll write it under this because if I write it under Arctic, you might just think it's in the Arctic region. Doomsday glacier is basically a huge glacier point that is there in the Antarctic region. The other name of Doomsday Glacier is called as Thwaites Glacier. Okay. Again, it's been in news because this glacier, the size of this glacier, and if at all this glacier completely melts, this is liable to cause huge changes in the sea level of the world. When I'm saying huge changes, we are looking at somewhere from 2 centimeter to almost 20 centimeter. And this is a huge change when it comes to the sea level rise. So this is the reason why, again, Thwaites Glacier was mentioned in news. So just keep it in point. It's a factual information. Thwaites Glacier, otherwise called as Doomsday Glacier, it has already started melting. It is seen in the Antarctic region. Okay. Now moving on to INDCs. India has changed or renewed its INDCs very recently. Why? Because I told you yesterday itself, we put a certain list of INDCs. We achieved some list of some parts of it, and we are like, okay, now we need better INDCs, so we are going to improve upon the ones that we've given. So, first thing I want you to look is the normal ones that we had. The normal ones that we had was to reduce the emissions intensity of its GDP somewhere between 33 to 35% by 2030 from your 2005 level. So, our target was for 2030. We have already achieved it around your 2022 point of view. Then, there was also saying to achieve about 40% of cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel based energy resources, again by 2030. Then, to create an additional carbon sink. What's a carbon sink? Yeah, it can be forest, it can be anything which can capture or which can let the carbon be trapped and kept and stored in a particular place. So, to create an additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide, equivalent to maybe tree cover or forest cover, again by 2030. This was the original INDCs that we had. So, again, as I told you, the first and second one we have somewhat achieved. And now, the renewed INDCs are these ones. We are now saying we are going to reduce the emission intensities per unit GDP by 45%. Earlier it was 33 to 35. We have now changed it to 45%. Next change is to cut absolute emissions. This is a new term that we have introduced in our entire scheme of things. What are absolute emissions? And how is it better? Because when India initially gave the INDCs, the biggest controversy against India was that India saying all these great things, but we did not bother putting absolute emissions over there. What is absolute emissions? And how is it different from, see, you can define it in very simple terms if you are comparing it with your normal emission intensity. Someone was saying something. Who was? Yeah, emission intensity when I'm saying when I'm producing one amount of my GDP, how much emissions I am bringing about. Okay, so I'm defining it with relation to your GDP. Here, when I'm saying absolute emissions, you're not comparing it to the GDP or anything. How much emissions are coming out? If it is related to GDP, not relating to any gross domestic product also, how much emissions the country is giving out. This is a real number of how polluting a certain country is. Okay, so India in this case, they have said we're going to cut the absolute emissions by 1 billion tons from our 20 or by your 2030. We have projected a certain number that we are going to reach at 2030. From there, we're going to cut it by 1 billion tons. So this is a new thing that we have introduced in our INDCs. Next thing is we are saying 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel installed power generation capacity by 2030 and 50% of electricity generation from renewable sources. So here we've just mentioned it's 40% of cumulative electricity from non-fossil fuel sources. Here we've added on to 50%. Next thing, we are also looking at net zero emissions by 2070. Okay, few factual informations related to over there. Yesterday I already mentioned one thing. India is the only G20 country to be on complete track with its INDCs and have proclaimed to the world that we have achieved certain of those. First thing. Second thing is this net zero emissions by 2070. Okay, what does net zero emission mean? Yeah, it is the idea that you can emit carbon dioxide, but whatever amount you are emitting on one hand, there should be a mechanism whereby which you are creating some sort of a sink and trapping it back also. So on the whole, when you look at it, the country will have not given out any emissions because you are creating some compensatory mechanism. Just to add a point over here, India is planning to achieve net zero emissions by 2070. China's target is 2060. Now, don't ask me why I'm telling you this. God knows what kind of question can be asked. So keep this in mind. India and China do not have the same net zero emission targets. We want to achieve net zero emission by 2070. China is looking forward to for 2060. Now coming on to carbon trade. I think the INDCs, they might not ask a direct question from INDCs, but all those terms, no, absolute emissions, emission intensity, these can all be important. Coming to carbon trade, there are two words over here where you have to have correct clarity on what it is. One is carbon credit and the other is carbon offsets. Do you know the difference between both? First word, carbon credits. Look at the definition. A carbon credit is a tradable certificate or permit representing the right to emit 1 ton of carbon or carbon dioxide equivalent. What does that mean? In very simple terms, your carbon credits are those ones, as I had even told you yesterday. See, each country will be given a certain cap. Okay. Cap means what? You can have carbon emissions up till there. That is the idea. We are looking at it saying that, okay, you can have carbon emissions only up till there. But the country sees it like, okay, until there, I can keep on emitting your carbon. Beyond that, if I'm emitting, then I have crossed a certain limit. So the country, each country is given some kind of, or each country at this particular point has generated one particular target of its own. So India's INDCs are a target that it has created for its own. Carbon credits are those tradable certificates wherein, as I had mentioned to you, if I'm going beyond my achievable target, I can sell off those units of carbon that I have consumed or another country has not yet reached to the target. You understood? The normal thing, yesterday, all what we've been discussing in the entire UNFCCC, the Kyoto and JIM and everything, I mentioned carbon credits. The carbon credits idea is simply that beyond a target, when you have achieved, you can trade off those emissions off, or you can trade off that activity that you've done to another country which is not able to achieve certain targets. So carbon credits are those tradable certificates related to the emissions of 1 ton of carbon dioxide. In contrast, there is something called as carbon offsets. These are the credits for which, or they are the ones you get for reductions in greenhouse gas emissions made at an other location, such as wind farms which create renewable energy and reduce the necessary or the need for fossil powered fuels. So even yesterday we discussed this, wherein I am going to another country, I'm creating some kind of project over there which will reduce their emissions. Okay. And I'm saying that, okay, they have reduced the emissions and I show it like this much of carbon has been offsetted from there. And I claim those carbon offsets. Got it? At the essence of it, both are credits. It's done based on some activity. The term becomes different because in one case, here you are actually reducing the emissions of some country's, activity which is there, and you're claiming those emissions as your points. Think of all of this as points. Is that clear? So I'm pretty sure if they are going to ask a question, it will be a definition based question and your keywords should be these. In the case of carbon offset, you get credits for reduction. Okay, you're reducing the emission of something. It can be, now it need not always be of another country or anything. It can be in any other project which is there. And you're reducing the actual emissions. In the other one, you're not reducing any actual emissions. You reduced it in one place. Maybe India has reduced it by a lot. India has become like really good. But another country has not done the work. They're just buying off the credits. Got it? So, you can even sell off those credits, because yesterday when we were discussing Kyoto, we saw 3 mechanisms wherein even those credits can be sold as your carbon credits. Globally, China is the largest seller of carbon credits. Okay, so keep that point also in mind. India might be the ones that we are making huge strides, but China has seen the economic angle of it, and China is the one that is selling off huge number of carbon credits. It is primarily calculated with 1 ton. In certain other schemes, we are mentioning for equivalent of greenhouse gases also. Here, all the measurements are being saying carbon dioxide equivalent. Okay, so it's carbon dioxide measurements which are taken over here. Okay. Now coming into another anomaly or other current affair which is there, called as your Karakoram anomaly. Again, globally, all of your glaciers are melting. Okay, Antarctica, Arctic, everywhere glaciers and ice and everything is melting. Now here you have an anomaly where the Karakoram range is resisting this glacial melt. Okay, that means the ice in Karakoram is not melting as it should, thereby making it an anomaly. Okay. Now, one reason, we are not going to go into the geography of it, but if at all you want to know, one major reason for it is, there has been the recent revival of certain western disturbances in these areas, which means the heat that is being generated globally does not affect this range because you have these western disturbance winds that are coming forward. So they don't affect the ice or the glaciers directly. This is the reason why scientists are now saying the Karakoram glacier is not melting as it should be. Okay, just pointer. You know, these are all one term or one. Have you all heard, or how come the fact that you've not heard any of these current affairs? Barring 2-3 of you, I don't see any signs of. I fear for your colors. Please look through next category of things is international organization and conventions. Okay. Again, even in this, we have discussed a lot of international organizations. There's not going to be a clear-cut differentiation or anything. But let's start off first with your Glasgow Climate Pact which came about in COP26. Okay. COP26, again, I'm stressing on the fact, happened in 2021. Okay. After that, we've had a COP27, which happened very recently in Egypt. Now, we are on the path to have COP28. COP28 is going to happen in Dubai. It's going to happen in that information everybody knows. Okay. Now, coming into this one, Glasgow Climate Pact, which is there. See, there are a lot of takeaways from Glasgow, but the most important takeaway is that for the very first time, they took an explicit target against fossil fuels. Initially, the wordings of the Glasgow Climate Pact was to phase out fossil fuels. But once it finally came into action, they've said we cannot phase out fossil fuels because a lot of countries are still dependent on it. So we can change the wordings into phase down of unabated coal and phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. Okay, remember this very clearly. This will be, to you it might just be like some grammatical thing, phase out, phase down. These are very different concepts. Phase out means you will not use that thing gradually. You will not have that thing at all. So they are planning to phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, and phase down means just reduce the use of coal. Okay. This was decided in the Glasgow Climate Pact, and this is for the very first time explicit mention of fossil fuels was done. So it's a very important pact like that. Apart from that, something else also came about in the Glasgow Climate Pact. This was called as the Breakthrough Agenda. Breakthrough Agenda was a coalition of almost 45 world leaders. Okay, they came together. The idea was you have 5 key sectors, which is power, road transport, steel, hydrogen, and agriculture. The objective is basically to decarbonize these 5 sectors. Decarbonize means what? Not to completely remove all, but the coal. Because see, what do? They agreed to phase down coal. Now they have to take necessary initiatives related to that, right? They cannot just say, okay, we'll phase down coal and dispose of. So they said, we'll phase down coal. First thing they did is, okay, let's create a breakthrough agenda wherein we'll choose 5 major sectors which are very coal or carbon intensive, and we'll try to decarbonize it. When they say decarbonize, it doesn't mean eliminate carbon. Again, it just means to phase down the use of carbon in these industries. India is a signatory of your breakthrough agenda. Okay. First Movers Coalition. First Movers Coalition again was a grouping that got formed at the Glasgow Summit. This grouping was formed by United States and World Economic Forum. Okay, United States, World Economic Forum came together And India also joined it in the later parts. Now, there's only one difference. See, I don't want you to write this entire story in your notes or anything. Breakthrough agenda was for 5 major sectors and it was created as part of your Glasgow. The difference here is in the first movers coalition, you have US, WEF and all coming in and they chose 7 industrial sectors. This is the difference. And the industrial sectors are aluminium, aviation, chemicals, concrete, all of these things which are there. These are the sectors that account for 30% of the world's global emissions and they're planning to decarbonize these 7 sectors. Okay. So, just note down the differences. You're not going to remember every other point. Glasgow is clear till now because now we are going into COP27 and we have so many things coming up in COP27. So, clear? Now, you come to COP27. COP27 primarily dealt with these many new bodies. In fact, these are the ones that they just put into the table. There are several other bodies also. What all are there? Major takeaways being, there was something called as a loss. I'll just mark the ones which are extremely important. Okay. The other ones we'll just read and go. So, there is something called as a loss and damage fund that came as part of your COP27. Then there is something called as action on water adaptation or resilience called as AWARE. Not very important. Infrastructure Resilience Accelerator Fund. Again, important. Global Shield Plan. We will go through it, but in the scheme of things, not very important. Then there is a general idea for a technology mechanism. There is also something called as a Global Offshore Wind Alliance. Again, not very important. The ones that are extremely important I have marked. But at least you should know all these are the takeaways from your COP27. Now, these are the global takeaways. India, because we have to be like the, person who's like doing so much of activity for climate change, we specifically have created some other takeaways from COP27. Okay. Out of this, the first one, long-term low emission development strategy. Important. In fact, I wouldn't mark this thing. All the things which India has created are important. Okay. So, you have long-term low emission development strategy, lifetime campaign, lead it summit. There is a basic ministerial meet. There's a mangrove alliance for climate. All of these things are what India created as part of your COP27. Okay. First, loss and damage fund. See, I'm feeling a bit concerned. That is why I'm asking you this again and again. Do you have any plan in your mind as to how you're going to compress all this information and study? Like, are you just going to hear this and leave it? So that will do no good. I'm seeing a lot of people who are just hearing it and leaving it. Do you have a plan? Like, I'm just being very concerned about you because this is so much of current affairs. I do not know how you're going to, because if I were a student, I would be actually concerned if I'm hearing all this for the very first time and I'm not writing it down or something. You all have a plan? Like, I have understood you've gone through current affairs. I'm asking about the rest. Please, when I'm at least in the class. What did you say? We will take him. What? Take his notes. You keep collecting all the notes and keep. You do it by yourself. Create all this. It's very easy. Why I'm doing this itself. You can just create notes, not notes, paragraph notes. You can just create tables. You can use it for revision. Anyway, I have done my amount of preaching this to you. Now, starting off with the loss and damage fund. Loss and damage fund is a financing mechanism, and this is the reason why, out of the India schemes aside, amongst the global takeaways, this is one of the most important achievements. Because we know when we studied our normal climate change, we've discussed all the different funds that we had in our normal classes. We've discussed how we have a GEF, we have a biocarbon fund, we have different World Bank funds, non-World Bank funds and everything. This loss and damage fund is a financing mechanism to compensate the most vulnerable countries from climate-linked disasters. These are the keywords. So there is climate-linked disasters happening. How do you compensate these countries? Because it's not like, okay, climate-linked disasters happening in Ecuador. It's not Ecuador's doing. It's the entire globe's doing. So this is the reason why there is a common loss and damage fund. This loss and damage fund was formed, or the idea was given off by your G77 grouping. India is a part of it, and China. In the Glasgow summit, this grouping, G77 grouping, and China is the one who said, let's have a loss and damage fund. And here you will see certain eligibility criteria. Developing countries, who will be getting this fund is the question. Developing countries that are vulnerable and middle-income countries that are severely affected by climate disasters. Is India a middle-income country? We have three categories: low, middle, high. Is India in middle itself? There is a lower middle income and a higher middle income. India is a lower middle income country, okay, but not a low income country, okay. So we are above low income, but we are in the lower middle income, okay. So here you will see India will also be able to benefit from this particular fund, because it falls under your middle income countries can also be benefited from it. Clear? This again, who's going to contribute into this fund? The fund will draw on contributions from developed countries and other private and public sources, with an option for other major economies to join in as the fund goes by. So clearly, if you look at it, loss and damage fund is a major fund by the developed countries, though it was G77 and China and all that came and gave the idea. The money that will be coming into it is primarily from your developed countries for developing and middle income countries. Okay. Now, next one. Infrastructure Resilience Accelerator Fund. Again, another funding mechanism. This is something that India has had a huge role to play in. Why? Because in this fund, it was India that had put forward this idea. So if loss and damage fund is dealing with any effect that a climate linked disaster is having, Infrastructure Resilience Accelerator Fund primarily focus on how to create infrastructure which is resistant to climate change activities. Okay, so climate change will be happening, sea level will be rising, there will be a lot of activities around it, but how to create infrastructure that will survive all these problems which are there, and thus brings about Infrastructure Resilience Accelerator Fund. It was brought about by India, and you have UK, Australia and the European Union joining. Okay, so all of them have come together. And again, few terms that you have to notice over there. It will support, and it's not going to make the infrastructure resilient for all the countries, the specific countries that are there. To support global action on disaster resilience of infrastructure systems, specifically in developing countries and small island developing states, because they are the most vulnerable to climate change related floods, climate change related rainfall disasters, etc. So these small island developing states are the ones that will be primarily benefiting from this Infrastructure Resilience Accelerator Fund. Okay. Now, they have already said almost $50 million in financial commitments have already been announced over an initial duration of 5 years. Now, it is important because India had a huge role to play in bringing this funding mechanism, and your Indian which is your Coalition of Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI. There is a grouping like that. They are the ones that are going to spearhead the overlooking of this particular fund. Okay. So it has an Indian connection. At least remember that point. Now coming to something that India did not care much about. Global Shield Plan. Global Shield, see, India was we already have contributed to climate disaster things in the first two things. Now Global Shield Plan is a funding mechanism that provides funding to countries suffering climate disasters. But here it was a grouping of G7 and V20 countries. V20 are vulnerable 20 countries. In your IR you would have studied, I'm assuming. Okay. India is not part of the vulnerable 20, nor is India part of the G7 grouping. So India has not a member of this Global Shield Plan. But the objective of the Global Shield Plan is very similar to the first thing, that the loss and damage one that we discussed. It's primarily to give a funding mechanism or to create some kind of aid for those countries suffering from climate change related disasters. Now this one. Here, this is something related to a point that I told you yesterday. Remember? When I discussed the different articles of Paris Agreement, I had mentioned one article we'll be discussing again tomorrow. Which was the article? Article 4. See, the idea is, we have Paris already happening. We have INDCs related to it. But Article 4 of the Paris Agreement says that you should not just have these targets. You should have a view for long-term targets also. How are you going to reduce the emissions in the long term? Okay. Now, this was an option that was opened up to countries. You can come up with your INDCs that you all do. But on top of it, you can also come up with your long-term emission strategies. Okay. And India now has come up with the different strategies and all. You don't have to study because it's very broadly termed strategies like renewable energy will be improved, the green hydrogen will be improved. These kind of broadly termed things are mentioned. Your only takeaway is we are now focusing even on the long-term things, and we are doing this as per the Article 4 of the Paris Agreement. For me, from that current affair, that is the only question-worthy thing that can be asked, because the rest of the provisions of the long-term strategy are too general to be asked as a, a serious question. Coming to the pet project of India at COP27. Every single place we are now pushing this mission, which is there, called as your life mission. I'm pretty sure there's going to be one question. But if you're lucky, it will be a very simple question because, the more details of it is only coming out. I've gathered as many details as possible related to it so that, even if it's a difficult question, you can attend it. Life mission basically says you are trying to change, or the essence of the thing is you're trying to change your living style or your lifestyle for the environment. That is itself the tagline of it. Life mission is lifestyle for environment. So lifestyle for environment mission primarily says that right now the kind of way we are living in is not very suited for environment. We are focused on a very use and throw economy. We have to move into a circular economy where we are using, reusing and replacing things, and our entire way which we conduct ourselves should be rooted in the preservation of environment, which means when you go outside, when you have a cup of tea, every component in your life should be keeping in mind the sustainability of the environment. So this is the reason why, if you look at the thing or the objective line of life movement, it says to nudge individual and collective action to protect and preserve the environment. You all know what nudge means, right? Nudge is an economic theory. It's not just some random English word which is there. What is nudge? Please one. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Not slow is not the key point. Knowingly. So what happens is you are urging people to change, but it will not be with telling like, okay, you please change. No, you please change. That is not going to be the way. They will introduce some campaigns wherein people will only realize like, this is better than that one. So why don't I change? Got it. So this is the idea of nudge. So they are going to nudge individual and collective action to protect and preserve the environment. And the target of the LIFE mission is to mobilize at least 1 billion Indians and other global citizens to take individual and collective action in preserving the environment from the period of 2022 to 2027. Which means what? It is a 5-year program. We are taking up this for 5 years, and this initially got discussed in COP26, but from COP27 onwards, we are now pushing it in all the global platforms that we are part of. Okay. Now, one term I saw over here is the Prime Minister has categorized a group of people called as pro-planet people. Now, it is being mentioned that people who take part in the LIFE mission and change their lifestyle for environment will from now on be categorized as your pro-planet people. Okay. So again, if you get a term pro-planet people, understand it's related to your LIFE mission, and it's those global citizens who have tried changing their lifestyle for the environment. Very interesting topic, carbon border tax. Okay, it's not related to your Glasgow or anything. Okay, just listen it as it is. The carbon border tax was a program or was a mechanism that is being suggested by European Union. Again, understand they are the ones that will come up with all these very new innovative things which are there. So they have come up with a carbon border tax. The idea is very simple. You have European Union, but not all the imports into European Union are coming from European Union countries itself. For example, India is importing into European Union. You have other world countries also importing. Their idea is when a country that is not so keen on curbing their carbon emissions is trying to import a product into European Union from any of these particular sectors, iron, steel, cement, fertilizer, aluminium, electricity, hydrogen, any of these sectors, because according to the European Union, these are the most carbon intensive sectors. If a country is importing a good from any of these sectors into the European Union will tax it at the import point. Okay, and this is called as a carbon border tax. So understand it like now we have normally also when goods are coming, we have some import duties, export duties. Here, apart from all the import and export duties, you are adding one extra tax and you say, we are taxing you because you're not doing well in your carbon emissions. Got it? Now, the point over here is, they've specified it, it is only for non-European Union countries that this provision will be applied. Which means, they have already by default assumed, if you are in European Union, you are doing well in your carbon emissions. So from here, if something comes, you are not going to get taxed. So what now these countries are doing is, they will change the location of production. Instead of producing from the other country, they will start producing it from, or they'll not even produce. They will create some company which seems to be producing from a European Union country. So they can move away or they can stop paying this carbon, border tax which is there. So from this entire current affair, there are two things that are important. First thing is carbon border tax itself, which is a plan that is being given by the European Union.
and you will also see that it is for all these industries. It is to eliminate the difference in carbon price paid by companies subjected to the EU's emission trading system and its domestic compliance-based carbon markets. EU's point of view is, see, EU, they are not taxing the EU-based countries because already these countries or these whoever is creating carbon emissions from there, they are undergoing severe financial restrictions. Got it? So they're like, see, in our own area, we are giving severe financial restrictions. So how can we allow someone else to import it at a cheaper price? So to bring economic parity, at least their point of view is, we are bringing economic parity between a European Union country and a non-European Union country with respect to its carbon emissions. But clearly, this is quite an unfair provision because you cannot bring parity into both of these countries, primarily because the background, the stage of development in which both of these countries are in are quite different. Got it? So this is your carbon border tax. Associated with it comes the idea of carbon leakage. Okay? All these terms, I think right now we've discussed so many terms like this. We've discussed super emitters, carbon offset, carbon credits, carbon, any other term? Anything you remember? You will remember if you've written it separately, but I know you have not. So, carbon offset I told. Anything else? Carbon credit also I said. Carbon trade is all this only. Anything else? Carbon? Don't say carbon cycle and all. What? I said offset. Now, carbon leakage. Carbon leakage is from where you are undermining the global climate efforts by the relocation of production. Basically meaning, in this case, they are going to relocate the production from those to those countries which European Union approves of, thereby avoiding to pay the carbon border tax. Okay, but in effect, according to them, by doing so, you are actually pulling back the global climate efforts that are taken in the world. Okay. See, again, carbon border tax, or even if they give carbon border adjustment mechanism, it means the same thing. Okay. CBAM or your carbon border tax is the same thing. Next, this last year, be it your luck or unluck, we've had so many COPs happening. So you have, from the climate change point of view, you have to study Glasgow and Sharm el-Sheikh. From the UNCCD point of view, we had the Montreal conference. From the UNCCD point of view also, there was a COP. So all of these COPs are important. We'll just have a quick look through to all this. Out of this, again, I would say the Montreal conference is one of the more question-worthy point. Again, Montreal conference is not our original Montreal thing or anything. This is the particular Montreal conference that has happened last year. It is the COP15 of UNCCD. What is UNCCD? Convention on Biological Diversity. From what did it originate? What meeting? Rio. Which Rio? Which Rio? 1992. Can anyone tell me the full name of that Rio summit? Agenda 21? As in, what? That we already got the answer. Okay. Why did you tell me Agenda 21? That's very unlike you to tell me Agenda 21. We are out of, there was a summit, 1992. She already said that. I'm looking for another term. Okay, fine. Earth Summit. Now, in the Earth Summit, Agenda 21 was one outcome. UNCCD was another outcome. Okay. They are not related like that. So here in the UNCCD also has certain COP meetings which are there, and this was the COP15 which happened. In the COP15, the first thing that they did is they gave out something called as a global biodiversity framework. See, understand, yesterday when I was dealing with that entire picture, I told you, in UNCCD, we have formed certain COPs. There was Cartagena and Nagoya protocols. There were certain plans which were there. There was a global biodiversity plan, which would be for 10 years gap. There was an Aichi biodiversity targets. I didn't discuss in detail regarding it, but I mentioned it in the diagram. There was Aichi biodiversity targets. Now, time and again, when UNCCD meets, what they do is they discuss and try to put these targets and all into action. And by doing so, here in this particular Montreal conference, they gave something called as a global biodiversity framework. Very important. The global biodiversity framework had particularly 3 major provisions. First thing is, you have to protect 30% of the world for nature by 2030. Very broad ideas to just protect 30% of the land by 2030. Second thing is, you have to reduce harmful subsidies. Reduce environmentally harmful subsidies by at least $500 billion per year. Okay. So, for example, if you're giving some subsidy to coal-related energy generation, you have to reduce on that. If you're giving any kind of such provisions, you have to reduce it by at least $500 billion a year. This is a global target, okay? So, globally, you have to reduce the subsidies by $500 billion a year. Then, you have to restore at least 30% area of your degraded ecosystems. Okay? So, it's all 30, 20, 30, carbon subsidy reducing, these kind of things were mentioned in the global framework. Now, along with the global framework, because see, what happens in these meetings? They'll come, they'll discuss, they'll give a framework and they will ask, are you all ready to accept it? When they all say, okay, yeah, we are signing it, we are ready to accept it, then it comes into place. And the Kunming Declaration, which happened, is the one that put this global biodiversity framework into action. Kunming was signed by more than 100 countries, which means basically 100 countries have agreed to this global biodiversity framework that the Montreal conference came about. India and all is there, but a very notable exception is there into this biodiversity thing. Can anyone take a guess? US. US is not there. US is not there primarily because US has not even ratified the UNCCD related thing. They've signed it, they have not ratified it in their country. Again, I've mentioned the differences between signing and ratification and all in our normal classes. So understand, US is one notable exception which comes in all of these things. So Kunming was signed by 100 signatories barring US. Clear? So yeah, it is, Kunming is basically for the effective post 2020 global biodiversity framework. To put it into or to implement it into action is where you have the Kunming Declaration. Again, UNCCD also had a conference. This was the COP15 of UNCCD also. Nothing more to discuss over here. I just want you to take this point. There was a certain declaration called as your Abidjan Declaration. Okay. The pointers in the declaration are quite vague. You don't have to study, mug up all of these things. It's just a declaration that summed up all the takeaways from that conference. Just remember the term, because this is a year we have had Kunming, we have Montreal conference, we've had the Abidjan Declaration. So just keep this in mind. Abidjan is related to the UNCCD conference. Then moving on to few other international biodiversity things. First one, again here is Green Fins Hub. Green Fins Hub is something that was created by your UNEP. It's a very unique project because see, normally whenever we talk about coral reefs, we talk about restoration of coral reefs, we talk about coral seeding and etc. The Green Fins Hub focuses on reef tourism. As in, see, you have a lot of areas of coral reefs and everything. To build up on, see, their basic idea is, okay, so coral reefs, if people get to know how important it is, there will be more activity for its preservation. So to do this, they are promoting reef tourism. But again, you can see how this entire thing would backfire into the reef actually getting damaged also. But here you will see that, keeping this in point, they have created the first ever global marine tourism industry platform for diving and snorkeling operators worldwide. That is not the important point. The important, see, diving and snorkeling operators all came together, but they came together for reef tourism. So it is one of the first kind of such initiatives taken by a global environment body for that. So you have Australia and all doing small activities. But UNEP coming forward and promoting reef tourism is for the first time. So the Green Fins Hub is related to that. Moving on to another treaty. Again, this treaty has been in news because they had the conference related to it, but the conference did not give any major outcomes. But since the conference happened, this thing has been there in news again. It is the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. It's otherwise globally called as the Seed Treaty. Okay, this came about in 2004. One added point, see, normally I don't stress on if it's legally binding or non-legally binding. This seems like a very general treaty, but this is actually a legally binding treaty. The idea is, I've mentioned this even previously, even in India, you have a very similar body to this. Can anyone tell me what that body is? No, talking something very similar to this one. There is something called as PGVFRA, the Plant Genetic Resources Protection by Farmers. I've told you there are three categories of things. There is a farmer, there is a breeder, then there's a consumer. So all of their rights are protected under this particular thing. Okay, you remember the lace issue that I mentioned, PepsiCo issue? Yes. So this body is very similar to this international body which is there. Here what is happening is, you have farmers who are going to use these genetically modified seeds, breeders of the seeds, scientists who have created these seeds, all of them are protected under your International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. Okay, it was created in 2004 by FAO as a legally binding treaty. As of today, there are 131 organizations that are part of this particular treaty. It's almost 130 countries and European Union. The idea of the seed treaty again is that whatever plant genetic resources are there, it should be accessible to all the members in the world. That is why this again, you can have a very basic question on this, okay? Because this is not a very common environment organization that we study. So just remember these points: legally binding treaty, seed treaty, created by FAO, and the idea is plant genetic resources have to be made available to all. Next. Sorry? Seed what? The Svalbard thing, you want to know about it. Okay. Yeah, they have created. Yes, I mentioned to you in the class, right? There's something called as a doomsday vault. India has contributed seeds to it. Yes. What has India contributed? India has contributed. They have not contributed all these different fruit varieties or anything. What have they contributed? India has contributed a selected variety of millets and pulses. And this is what it is stored over there. It's called as a doomsday vault. The point he added is this this organization or this treaty is there. This doomsday vault was formed as part of this treaty which is there. Okay. Sea erosion in India. I took up this current affair because it had very contrasting sort of informations. Okay. Very, very likely to be asked as a very confusing UPSC question. So let's try to understand this. What is sea erosion? From the normal word, can you make a call? Erosion. You have the sea embanking into certain areas, and you have the land being eroded by the certain areas which are there. Which means sea erosion can take away land. That is clear to us. Which also comes with the added point, in some areas where there is no sea erosion, land moves further into the sea also, because land keeps getting gets on deposited. There is no counteraction force which will take away the land. So very recently there was a National Center for Coastal Research report that came about. The center and the organization is not important. The findings of it is important. They're saying that 32% of India's coastline has undergone sea erosion. So in total, when you look at it, sea has taken a lot, almost 32% of India's coastline. The West Bengal coastline has been particularly the most vulnerable amongst all, where 60% of the coastline underwent erosion. Now, the catch over here is 60% of West Bengal's coast got eroded. 51% of the Odisha coast got expanded. This is the countering point. Okay, so sea erosion is taking away land and taking away points from the West Bengal area, but in turn, all that is going and getting deposited in several other places. Odisha coast has expanded by 51%. This is a pointer. They also found out that there is more erosion found in the eastern coast than in the western coast. So don't think Odisha coast has expanded by 51%, so we are sorted over there. No, Odisha coast expanded, good thing. But on the other hand, if you compare the western coast and the eastern coast, they're saying eastern coast underwent more erosion in comparison to the western. What do you think are the reasons? Now again, I'll give you one more clue. This is a report that has come in a span of 2 years. The case was very different before 2 years. So something has happened in the last 2 years. Very good. There is an increased amount of cyclones in your eastern coast. If you look at a lot of cyclones that have come in the last 2 years, we already used to have cyclones, but if you look at the number of them, they've increased so much. Again, to do with the global climate change and everything, the Bay of Bengal is getting warmer, more tropical cyclones are formed. Tropical cyclones are formed, and these cyclones are now of very reverting nature also. So, because of all these new climatic changes is where more erosion was formed in the eastern coast. I think this is a very tricky question worthy area if they want to ask. Now coming to one very important term, gross environment product. We have to get used to some terms over here. There is green GDP and there is gross environment product. Let's try understanding this. See, green GDP primarily means what? You have the normal GDP of the country. If in that GDP, what is the net natural capital consumption, including your resource depletion, environment degradation, restorative environments, all that if you minus, the value that you get is your green GDP. Got it? So, the total economic value minus your net natural capital consumption. Wherein, what is net natural capital? We discussed yesterday, there is a national capital accounting, natural capital accounting, all protocols and all, you remember? We discussed. Millennium Ecosystem Assessment Services.
It'll be very sad if these topics come for the exam and you get these questions wrong. Because I've spent almost 2 days going into so many current affair materials to pick and choose the ones which have a question potential, because half of these materials have a lot of bullshit written in it. Now, at the end of the day, if you are not utilizing it, it will be very, very sad. Okay. So, coming to this pointer again, green GDP again is this value. Now, we are going to talk about one specific component of green GDP called as your gross environment product. Now, you remember yesterday I told you every ecosystem service which is there can be attributed a particular value. Gross environment product is basically an assessment system that measures ecosystem services of an area in terms of its biophysical and monetary value. In simple plain terms, if I had to measure, if I'm saying I want to measure the gross environment product, I would take up a certain area. I will look at what all ecosystem services are there, take the value of it, and I will say this is the gross environment product. Normal GDP is what? How much of activity, how much of outcome is coming. For example, if there is some industry over there, the GDP would primarily be what is the product that is being created from it, the value of that product. Very similar to that, if you take an environment, what is the value of the services that you get from that? When you calculate all of it, you get as gross environment product. Clear? So, you have GEP. Now, how is GEP a component of your green GDP? Because obviously, you have to know the value of things to minus it, no? If I have to minus, when I'm cutting down the tree, I have had a loss of 5 lakhs. I have to first calculate the GEP. Then only I can minus this, how much I have consumed, right? So, this is the reason why it is mentioned that GEP is one of the components of your green GDP. All these definitions can be asked in several twisted manners. Hope you recollect it and remember. Next, moving on to, I wanted to tell something. GDP. Next thing that we have to discuss is about the Terai Arc Landscape. I think in the PEP class, we went into detail and we discussed about something called as, there is a Terai Arc project which is there. Terai Arc Landscape project. Primarily just meaning that, see, you have a lot of tiger reserves. You have tiger reserves which happen to be, so if you take India's map, you in the areas between your Indian border and your Nepal border, there are a lot of tiger reserves which are on the transboundary areas. Okay. Now, your Terai Arc Landscape, what they try to do is, their primary idea is we want to preserve the Terai region. Okay. So, now what is the Terai region? Terai, again, geography. You have Himalaya divided into several parts. You have a specific area called as the Terai region. What is the Terai region? If I had to broadly put it, it is the region between the river Yamuna in the west and river Bhagmati in the east. Okay, so this is the river boundaries of it. And the idea is I want to preserve this entire Terai region. Now, it just so happens that in the Terai region, you have a lot of major flagship species like your tiger, the Asian elephant and the great one-horned rhino. So, now your Terai Arc Landscape also protects these primary flagship species which are there. Here, if I had to place the number of states which are there, you have Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, and then you have parts of Nepal also. Your pointer over here is Terai Arc Landscape involves almost 13 sites, both in India and in Nepal. Got it? Terai Arc Landscape is not an India-specific project. It is a Terai-specific project. So, Terai is there even in Nepal. So, here you will see some things or some sites being in the Nepal area also. Now,
if I had to put which all are the tiger reserves and so over here, you have Corbett Tiger Reserve, Rajaji National Park, Dudhwa Tiger Reserve, Valmiki Tiger Reserve. These many ones from the Indian side. And from the Nepal side, you have Bhartiya, Chitwan and Suklapanta. You don't have to remember the Nepal sites, but you have to remember the Indian sites. Corbett, Rajaji, Dudhwa and Valmiki. Dudhwa is in which state? Valmiki is in? Rajaji is in? Corbett. Okay. So again, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh and your Bihar. So 3 states and different protected areas from these states all form part of your Terai Arc Landscape. Next, Blue Carbon Initiative. Blue Carbon Initiative is a program led by Conservation International, IUCN and Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission. 3 major bodies. They've come together. The idea is very simple. Your coastal and marine ecosystems have to be preserved. Okay, not too many details and all. Here the only important point is these organizations which are there. Conservation International, IUCN and your International Oceanographic Commission. Next, Leaf Coalition. Leaf Coalition, the full form being lowering emissions by accelerating forest finance. Lowering emissions by accelerating forest finance. It's a public-private effort which was led by US, UK and Norway. And the idea is not, and it's very clear, see, because when you hear tropical forests and everything, you might have a chance to think about India also, but India is not part of this grouping. Okay, India has no membership in this grouping. The idea is to mobilize at least 1 billion for financing countries committed to protecting their tropical forests. India is not part of this grouping, but India can be a beneficiary of this grouping. Got it? The grouping is primarily by US, UK and Norway. Leaf Coalition. Plastisphere. Can anyone tell me what Plastisphere would be? Just from the, if you just get a random term in the UPSC exam. The world created from plastic, what could be Plastisphere? You're talking about the garbage patch. Nice. Good. That is one line of thought you could go in, which I'm pretty sure one option will be related to that, so that all of us can go and mark that in the video. Underground there. Okay. Nice. Plastisphere is a very interesting concept. The idea is, plastic is there. We are doing a lot of activity to reduce it, but plastic is not going to go, all the ones that we've generated are not going anywhere anytime soon. So plastic is already there on the earth. Now, it has been observed that you have a lot of microorganisms and everything, which, for example, suppose this is just a plastic bag. Okay. Now, on these plastic bags or plastic waste which is there are certain actions in which some microorganisms, they can come and start living on this. Thereby, this plastic becomes their habitat. Okay. So, it is basically, Plastisphere indicates the microbial community that considers plastic as its habitat. So, the microbial community that is living on this plastic debris. Okay. It's not a major, you will not find it in the major list of current affairs. I found it as they'll give these side informations, no? There is where that word was. So I found it interesting.
again, it's a weird quirk. We do not know from where UPSC picks these things. So,
it is a term used to refer to ecosystems that have evolved to live in human-made plastic environments. So, human-made plastic environment is there. So, now you create an ecosystem around it. So, microbes will come, they will start living. Maybe who knows, after some time the microbes will start breaking down the plastic. There will be some new chemical coming from it. The new chemical can give some life. Anyway, the point is there is an ecosystem created around it. One interesting term associated with this is this one, the Zobel effect. The reason why microorganisms can even exist on plastic and make it its habitat is because the enzymes generated from a lot of these microorganisms can actually, I wouldn't say break down plastic, but can derive some amount of location for it to live upon. So this effect wherein these microorganisms come and interact with plastic material and break it down for habitat is called as your Zobel effect. So there is Plastisphere where the ecosystem is created, and Zobel effect, the process by which that ecosystem is created. Project RE-HAB. Okay. Again, I was earlier when I was telling you related to plastic, I told you project RePlan. You forgot? I just told you like half an hour ago. RePlan where you are, tell me. Substituting plastic. And which was the major organization or major group that was KVIC. So you have another RE-HAB happening, and here KVIC is coming and it's trying to prevent your elephant-human conflicts. What are they trying to do over here? What they're primarily trying to do is, in those areas where there is some kind of a man-animal conflict, especially elephants, they're putting these huge beehive sort of a thing. So, in those borders, when the elephant tries to cross through these beehives, the bees come and sting and the elephants go away back. They don't cross onto the land which is there. So, this is a thing that has been devised by KVIC. The project is Project RE-HAB. Next one is your NAFC. National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change. Okay. Again, in India, see, normally we have a lot of funding mechanisms globally. In India also, we've created a fund to help us adapt to the different climate change related activities. The premier fund that we created was your National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change. This was created in the year 2015-16 as a central sector scheme. Okay. So, the idea is what? You have, you have to have a lot of adaptation activities. For example, you take your agriculture field. Agriculture is happening right now in a certain way, whereby there's a lot of carbon emission coming out. There's a lot of methane emissions which are coming out. It's not a very ideal scenario. So, you have to adapt your agriculture to the climate change requirements. Now, to do that, you need money. And now, what happens in this particular scheme is, you have the central government putting in a lot of money into it. Apart from that, there is something called as, or there was something called as a coal cess. Okay. So, even the money that came from the coal cess was put into the National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change. So, you have this one, and you also have a 100 crore initial amount that was put in by the central government. And this is the adaptation fund that we initially created. All this aside, the most twist topic over here is, it's implemented by NABARD. It's not implemented by, primarily the reason why NABARD took up the implementation is because the adaptation where India requires with respect to climate change is mostly in its livestock and agriculture sector. So, NABARD is much more equipped to guide in that process. That is why NABARD is the premier implementing agency of your NAFCC. carbon bombs. Now, this is the term I said is very similar to something that I discussed earlier called as your super emitters. Super emitters indicate those areas or those industries from where methane is emitted in large amounts. This particular thing called as carbon bombs are those areas from where a coal, oil or fossil gas project with the potential to emit over a gigaton of carbon dioxide over its lifetime. Over its entire lifetime, how much of carbon it will generate is over 1 gigaton of carbon dioxide. And this is why it's called as a carbon bomb. Very interestingly, to understand, globally if you look at it, China, USA, Russia and Saudi Arabia have the highest number of such carbon bombs, which means you have such industries, very high number of such carbon generating industries. My question is, does India have any carbon bomb in group or industry? Isn't it obvious? Do you think we would have reached to our high emission standards at this point just by giving out small layers of carbon dioxide? No, we also have major, carbon relating or carbon releasing industries which are there. Not only industries, even individual companies. So much so that the countries which are the top highest number of carbon bombs are these. If you take the top 3 companies which are the highest carbon bombs, the third place goes to an Indian company. Got it? So, India is also a country which has these carbon bomb industries. Okay. So, now coming into the forest rights, and one specific thing that we have to discuss from the current affair point of view is, see, yesterday we talked about something called as the Forest Rights Act of 2006. Remember? Okay. Now, in the Forest Rights Act, when the act was put forward, primarily there were 2 categories of rights given to the people. One was individual rights. Individual rights as to what areas you can go and explore the resources from and so on. Then you had something called as your community rights. Now, the community rights is given to them by virtue of the fact that they occur in these forest areas. Okay. So, if you remember the original classes that I had taken, I told you whatever these rights given to the people over here, these rights are not the ones that you can transfer to another person. If you go to some other area, you cannot take the rights and claim that onto a different forest. Nothing of these things can be done. Here we are specifically talking about the community forest resource rights. I told you in the the Forest Rights Act, there's individual rights, and there's community rights. The community rights is what we are talking about right now. Here what has happened is, see, the community rights are given, which provides the recognition of right to protect, regenerate or conserve and manage the entire forest community. Idea being, see, when you have the forest community over here, the forest community are given certain rights so they can have their livelihood, and in return, the forest community which is over there should be engaged in the protection of the forests also. Okay, so this is a give and take mechanism that is there in the Forest Rights Act. Here, what is important is, this is very crucial, Forest Rights Act said you have community forest rights. But to enforce your community forest rights, the authority is given to the Gram Sabha. So the Gram Sabha is the one which will take up the cause. They will be like, see, we need so much of rights. We are going to explore. We are going to protect these areas. It just so happens that in India, most of the time the Gram Sabhas do not bother to do this. Okay, rights are there, but these rights do not get enforced. Are you getting the point? Are you all still in the lunch mood here? Half of you missed what I have said. What am I even talking about? Forest Rights Act 2006, individual rights, community rights. We're talking about specifically community rights in that. And in the community rights, what happens is,
your Gram Sabha is given certain powers to acknowledge these rights. Most of the time in India, it is not acknowledged, or the Gram Sabha does not bother to say like, okay, we are enforcing our rights over here. It is in this context being that in India right now, the states, see, Gram Sabha will recognize a certain right when the state government will come and tell to all the local bodies which are there, see, we are a state which are having so much of forest. All the Gram Sabhas which are occurring in the forest areas, please recognize the community rights of your area. The state government will be the one giving the, what you say, the direction for it. In India, only 2 states have given such direction. Okay? Very recent. What? Huh? Where can say coming? The current affair is, first thing, Chhattisgarh has now become the second state which has granted the rights to the community forest rights inside the Kanger Valley National Park. So, they've acknowledged it there. Now, the other Gram Sabhas over here also will be taking up this. In my memory, the first state is Madhya Pradesh. You will have to confirm it. Okay? Just based on very bleak memory, I think the first state which has recognized community forest rights is Madhya Pradesh. Can anyone check and let me know quickly? You all know it's Madhya Pradesh. She's asking, what Madhya Pradesh? What are you even talking about? I just came and don't ask me questions. Just confirm that. Now, the current affair news is Chhattisgarh has now recognized the community forest rights. Now, we move on to another term called as your okay, yeah. Shubhank has said the first one is Odisha. Odisha. And someone said, yeah, Odisha. First one is Odisha. Okay. Now, coming into another term called as Aquamation. See, this term sounded interesting, or this process sounded interesting, not mostly from an environment point of view, but more of so from the science point of view. Okay. Aquamation is a very recently practiced cremation kind of a process. See, again, when you see normally aquamation and all that, your tendency will be to think of some agriculture and everything. But aquamation is the process in which the body of the deceased person is immersed for a few hours in a mixture of water and a strong alkali in a pressurized metal cylinder and then heated to almost 150 degrees centigrade. It is a process only. It's not something that is practiced widely. The idea is, again, why was this in news? See, you do see this process used when you don't want certain even traces of something to be left onto earth. This is the place where this becomes interesting. You see what all is being done? You have water and alkali mixed and then you are pressurizing it and then you are heating it. In this entire process, it is being said not even DNA of the deceased person will be left back. Got it? So, if you want to eliminate any traces of any organism, this is a process by which you can do it. Okay. Now, don't always, when you say deceased body, don't think human beings alone. Any organism where you don't want traces of it can be aquamated. Okay. Just on one line, just because I spoke about DNA, did you all come across this term environmental DNA, eDNA, in your current affairs? This is not a science and tech term, this is an environment term. Who said yes? Okay. What is it? It can only be air. I cannot take anything else. That is the key one. You take a unit area of environment. So, environment can be what we discussed yesterday. It can be air, it can be water, it can be land, whatever it is. And you try to analyze what is the DNA composition of that unit area. So, for example, now taking rainforest. Let's not take a big one. Small rainforest area or something. I'm taking the environment sample from there. I'm doing the genetic analysis of it and I'm figuring out what is the DNA content of it. So that is called as your environment DNA. Now, the use of this is, now tomorrow if I want to recreate that specific environment elsewhere, if I know the genetic composition of that specific environment, I can go and recreate it elsewhere. I just have to create the DNA molecules or genes similar to that. Got it? So, this is the utility of a eDNA, where you can even have ecosystem restoration happening because of it. Okay. Next term, Boma technique. Heard about it? See, in the context of different reintroductions and translocations is this particular term. Recently, from your Koldeo, the Koldeo National Park was in news, wherein you are capturing and translocated spotted deer to your Mukundra Hills Tiger Reserve. Now, the Boma technique is a technique that is practiced in certain South African areas, wherein what happens is, this translocation happens via tunnels. Now, again, it will not be permanent tunnels. It will be tunnels created using environmental sources and everything, wherein to easily translocate one animal to another, there is a temporary makeshift tunnel that is created and you move it from one place to another. So, obviously, you do understand it's not possible for long distances. If I want to move something from Rajasthan to Karnataka, I cannot do this. Within Rajasthan, if I want to move something elsewhere or translocate, then I can use the Boma technique. It was used in Africa. Now we have used this specific technique to translocate your spotted deer from your Koldeo to your Mukundra Hills Reserve, which is there. Again, looked interesting just because, see, again, we all are going behind CETA reintroduction and different translocation things. So, side by side, all these other auxiliary terms also keep a note of it. Then now moving on to the next one, Biomining. Again, from the word, are you able to guess something? What is it? Mining using biological resources. Very simple. The idea being, see, you have a lot of metals, primarily like copper, uranium, nickel, gold. They occur very deeply mixed with its particular ores. Now, when we normally use physical force on it, there is a lot of loss of these metals. So now what you're going to do is, you're going to use certain prokaryotes, fungi or plants, wherein they will be led to interact with these things. So if it's a plant, what would happen is, this would root into the rocks, the rock would break apart and small parts of the mineral will be let out. If you're using a fungi, using certain enzymes, it will start reacting on the soil part of it and slowly we'll be able to separate the metal from this. So ideally, it's the process. It's not like a full heavy large flood process where you're putting all the microorganisms and you're getting so much of gold. In small ore areas, if you want to have small scale extraction, you can use this process of biomining, wherein biological resources like prokaryotes, fungi and plants are used to extract your different metals. Most commonly used metals are your, most commonly extracted metals are your copper, uranium, nickel and gold. Next, ethanol blended program. We've discussed this so many times. This is like some ABCD thing which is there. What is the ethanol blended program? Ethanol blended program was started in 2003. The idea is to mix your normal fuels with a bioethanol or any other substitute without any reduction in the efficiency of the fuel. So here you will see India very recently has achieved its blending target of 10% ethanol with its fuels. Now we have, by June 2022, we have already attained that target. 10% target we've attained. Now we are moving on to a better target, which is you have to have bioethanol blending of 20% ethanol within 5 years, and at least by 2025 we should be able to achieve this target. We are not going into the too many details of it. This is just a recollection of the ethanol blended program. Next one, PM JI-VAN Yojana. This is interesting because of the ministry involved in it. Okay, PM JI-VAN Yojana is primarily Jaiv Indhan Vatavaran Anukul Fasal Nirveshan and all these things are there. What is the idea of it? The idea is basically you have organic matter. You are trying to generate some kind of fuel from the organic matter. This is the idea of PM JI-VAN Yojana. So you can see over here, to provide financial support to integrated bioethanol projects using lignocellulosic biomass. Lignocellulosic just means that the ones which are having plant-based biomass. Okay, so plant-based biomass and other renewable feedstock, you will break it down, you will create bioethanol, and there is a funding mechanism for it. This is called as your PM JI-VAN Yojana. The interesting bit being, it's run by the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Okay, it's not by MOE FCC, it's by the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, and specifically under the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, there is a body called as Center for High Technology, CHT. They are the ones who are taking care of this program. Okay, so all these takeaways, this is a Center for High Technology. It is under your Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, and they are the ones who are running the PM JI-VAN Yojana. Mission Innovation. Mission Innovation was started as a global initiative of 22 countries and the European Commission. The idea being that, see, to combat to the new age environmental problems, you need a lot of actual innovation happening. Now, India being not so forefront on the innovation, decided to form a group wherein there can be easy technology transfer. Not that through agreements or anything, only with relation to some renewable energy programs and everything, they will be able to aid us, give us some amount of technology, help us in innovating. This is the idea of mission innovation, and India is a forefront member of your mission innovation. It is not a new program. It came about at the time of your Paris Agreement. Again, this was in news because we are now receiving a lot of technology from several countries in this mission innovation. So, there was a France meeting that was held and they gave some transfer technology, 2-3 different random current affairs, but the takeaway is this core thing, just mission innovation. Okay. Next. If you've noticed, if take the last 5-6 years of UPSC, they pick on some product, like for example, sometimes it was neem, sometimes it's this thing called pungamia, sometimes it's some other, it can be something similar, it can be a seed, it can be a leaf or something, but which has a wide variety of use. Similarly, one thing that has come about over here in news several times is your tendu leaves which are there. In fact, the tendu plant and the tendu leaves which are there are quite important from the environment point of view. Let's just look through some, I put all the necessary information over here. Let's just go through it quickly. Tendu is primarily called as green gold. It is a prominent minor forest produce in India. Again, question worthy thing. Minor forest produce. Here there is a small table which is said what are the major other minor forest produce. So there is tendu leaves, mahua, salbeej or chironji. These are all different kinds of things. Question worthy content is there for tendu. That is why this has been picked. Okay. You can see over here the tendu leaves are primarily used as wrappers of tobacco. Okay, this is the reason why It is a major producer. If you've noticed, in local areas, they don't have cigars. Instead, they have these small rolled up tobacco things. BDs. Yeah. So there are several names for it. There is Kari, there is BD, there's different names for it. Now, you make it using these tendu leaves. Everyone's very excited right now. Okay. One more point over here is, see, this tendu leaf collection. See, you have to understand, there is tobacco involved in it, and tobacco is not a minor forest produce. Okay, tobacco is actually a normal agriculture crop. So constantly there has been conflicts wherein tobacco being sold as part of, because when it is a minor forest produce, you have a lot more benefits that come about. So this was solved in the Nilgiri case, and in the Nilgiri case, they finally gave the verdict that tendu leaves are the only, or they can only be sold as a minor forest produce. The tobacco along with them, that your BD is not the minor forest produce which is there. Got it? So you cannot have tobacco sale along with it happening. Tendu leaves alone will be categorized as your minor forest produce. So this was completely fixed under the Nilgiri case. So your takeaways over here is tendu is a minor forest produce. It is called as green gold. There has constantly been a dispute, and finally it was settled by the Nilgiri case. Minor forest produce in India, do they have MSP associated with it? Yes, they have MSP associated. Who determines the MSP? If it's commission for that one, would I have asked you separately that, because the normal thing is being determined for normal crops, it is being determined by the CACP. I'm asking for minor forest produce, who is determined? Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Okay, MOTA. Okay. Next, I'm going into some species. Dolphins. Again, discussing, I'm comparing three different kinds of dolphins over here, because again, if at all a question is asked, they'll just mix match these features alone. Primary one being the Airavati dolphins. We've already discussed a little bit about the Airavati dolphins when I told you yesterday. Where is one of its primary habitat in India? Chilika Lake. I told you it's an anomaly because Airavati normally flows in your Myanmar region. You do not see it elsewhere, but you do see it in the Chilika Lake. The Airavati dolphin is endangered, falls into Appendix 1. What happened? Any doubt? Appendix 1. It is also part of the Convention on Migratory Species. Even in Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act, it has been listed. In comparison to this particular one, which is your Indo-Pacific bottlenose dolphins which are there, these are just near threatened and falls into Appendix 2. Here again, the Indian Ocean humpback. The Indian Ocean humpback is again an endangered one, falls into Schedule 1. So don't write and study all of this. I just want you to remember the exception one which is there. Okay. This is the only dolphin species which is under the CITES Appendix 2. The other ones are both under CITES Appendix 1. Both are endangered also. Got it? So, the only one which is quite an anomaly is the middle one. Either remember the middle one or you remember the other two. Don't try to recollect all of this together. I know in effect you will not remember anything. That is also there. But next. Nilgiri Tahr Conservation Project. Nilgiri Tahr Conservation Project was the first of its kind project taken up in Tamil Nadu at restoring the state animal's original habitat. So now what is clear from this? What is the state animal of Tamil Nadu? Nilgiri Tahr. See, okay, so Nilgiri Tahr, let's just figure out all the facts. Nilgiri Tahr is there. state animal of Tamil Nadu, first fact. Second thing is there's a Nilgiri conservation project, second thing. Third thing is this one. Very recently, when they were looking into certain Sangam literature documents and everything, they do find the mention of Nilgiri Tahr. And again, that became a news. So, you do see multiple references to Nilgiri Tahr in Tamil Sangam literature. Now, to add on to it, even in your late Mesolithic paintings, you find the presence of Nilgiri Tahr. As luck can have it, all these news came in this particular 2021-2022 period. So, Nilgiri Tahr is an important species for you to understand. Nilgiri Tahr has endangered status. It falls under your Schedule 1 of Wildlife Protection Act and it is locally known by this name Varayadu. Okay? Next. COP15 CBD we already discussed. This I told you yesterday. What is it? UNCCD, and I told you we'll be, from the current affair point of view, we'll be getting back to it. See, again, this is something wherein UNCCD took up initiative along with your African Union to create a green belt. Okay, so the green belt, I just want you to notice few things over here. The Africa's Great Green Wall, created as part of UNCCD and African Union, the countries in which it is extending into. Okay, so you have Sudan, Chad, Nigeria, Mali, Mauritania, majorly. Then you have smaller countries like Senegal and Burkina Faso. If you're not able to remember all the names, at least remember the western end and the eastern end of it. It starts from your, for example, here in your Senegal region and it ends with your Eritrea region, which is there. Okay, so this part is where you have your Great Green Wall being built. And what is the Great Green Wall? Is it a wall? It is a land of full habitats of different kinds of vegetation which is there. They're primarily trying to reverse the desertification in this Sahel region which is there. Now, one other current affair along with this happens to be this one. World Bank created a specific fund for the funding mechanism for this green wall. Okay, and it's called as a Pro-Green. It's not a very famous fund. Okay, you don't see it normally elsewhere. World Bank created Pro-Green Fund, has the funding mechanism for this Great Green Wall. Do we have something similar in India? Where? Wall means it will not be in one place, no? It has to be from somewhere to somewhere. Yeah, from your Gujarat place to your Haryana, Punjab, Haryana border. Next. This is a slide I had put in for the PEP current affairs. Okay. So, again, PEP students, have you seen this slide? Nandini? I picked this slide for the importance of the specific current affair. We're dealing with something called as your sponge bleaching. Just like you have coral bleaching happening in your coral reefs, there are certain category of organisms called as your sponge or your sponge. Sponges are basically having a very similar symbiotic relation, just like you have in corals. And here you will see that almost 70% in areas at least like New Zealand and all, 70% of the sea floor is occupied by your sponge creations which are there. Sponge is essentially an animal. It's fauna, not flora. Okay, it's a faunal thing, and these points are the important ones. Yesterday we talked about something called as filter feeding. Okay, sponges also do the same kind of feeding mechanism. So they filter feed, and thereby what happens is this entire sea floor or anything, whatever is it, the nutrients are over here, the impurities over here and all get filtered off. So there is water purification happening, there is nutrient cycling happening, and these are very important from the fact of even providing habitat to animals. But now it is being seen that here, because of climate change, this species is now undergoing a rapid reduction, thereby causing something called as your sponge bleaching. Again, just remember over here, I told you it's a symbiotic relation. What is a symbiotic relation? In the sponge, which is an animal, you have diatoms which are there. Okay? So diatoms are the ones which will be producing food for it, and your sponge survives on these food. The sponge in turn gives the habitat necessary for it. Okay? Very similar to coral bleaching, just the fact that here sponge occurs in much more wider areas. It's not as specific as your corals, where it will occur only in specific tropical waters, shallow waters, and so on. Got it? Forever chemicals. When we were discussing our normal classes, we've talked about it. Forever chemicals are your PFAs which are there, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. Essentially, these are the ones which do not undergo any damage or degradation. Ideally, when you take any non-stick plates, non-stick pans and everything, this is where you will find your PFAs. So, water repellent clothing, stain resistant fabrics, cosmetics, firefighting foams, in all of these things you find PFAs. The idea being you will have a coating of PFAs, thereby protecting the structure underneath. The PFAs are not very easily destructible, and this is the reason why it is called as a forever chemicals. So the forever over here is not because it is having a long life. Again, get clarity on it. The chemical acetyls, if you look at any of your DDT or anything, you can say it has a long life or anything. PFAs are not doing that because of its long life. It's basically the chemical structure of that thing itself in such a way that it is not easily breakable. Clear? Taj Trapezium Zone. You are aware of this? You must have studied maybe in culture or something, right? You do know that very recently there was a Supreme Court verdict which said within at least 500-meter range of your Taj Mahal, you cannot have any polluting activity which is there. Now, even before Supreme Court orders came about, Taj and the area around it is actually protected in something called as a Taj Trapezium Zone. It's primarily your 10,400 square kilometer around this entire perimeter of Taj. Here, not only Taj Mahal, you have Agra Fort and the Fatehpur Sikri also. All of these fall under your Taj Trapezium Zone, wherein you do not any kind of commercial activities which can be polluting in nature are clearly prohibited. Okay. So now this is even extended further, and I've said that no, you cannot have any kind of activity, it's just polluting in nature. So I don't think based on the Supreme Court verdict, you will have a question, but Taj Trapezium Zone was existing even before. So have an idea about it. It's a huge area, so much so over here. You have Taj Mahal, Agra Fort and your Fatehpur Sikri in this zone. Okay. This is already a previously asked question. Last year, there was a clear 4-statement question based on these factors. What is primarily being said over here? See, there is a campaign called as EP100, or in some places you will even see it as written as EV100. Anyway, the idea is, it is an initiative of the Climate Group. Climate Group is an international non-profit organization. Okay, what is the idea of your EV100 or EP100? The idea is to make electric transport the new normal by 2030. Got it? And to do this, you have not only countries taking part in it, you have even states coming into it, you have even companies going and following this, benchmark which is being given. And here in the country, Maharashtra is the first state to join this EV100 campaign which is there. Okay. We also know this from the context where you have company Mahindra and Mahindra. The company was the first Indian company to join into this EV100 program which is there. So Maharashtra, Mahindra and Mahindra. Climate Transparency Report. Climate Transparency Report came in the context of G20. It's a report being published by G20. Again, I picked this specific report because you don't normally hear G20 giving out a lot of reports or anything. G20 holds a lot of meetings. They come up with a lot of initiatives, but very rarely is there a report, and that to a climate change related report over here. So here you have G20 giving something called as Climate Transparency Report, wherein they're trying to figure out how much each G20 country has had like an economic loss because of climate change related activities. Okay. So here they have figured out that India has suffered almost an income loss of 5.4% of its GDP when it comes to climate related disasters. So it can be climate related disasters, it can be the heat waves that are occurring because of the climate change happening. Anyway, the loss is huge, 5.4% of the GDP. It is the highest among the G20 nations. So obviously, they need not ask this as the finding of the report. They can ask a very random statement. So amongst the G20 countries, India is a country which is having huge losses due to climate change related risks. Okay. TOFI. TOFI again is something that I mentioned is related to, earlier I said something very similar, that is, when we were talking about forests, I mentioned trees outside your forests. Yeah, and I told you there is an initiative related to it. You forgot or you are trying to recollect? Sleeping. So TOFI is basically an initiative. So earlier when we were talking about forests, I mentioned that there is a tree cover, there is a forest cover, then there are trees outside the forest which is there. So this is trees outside the forest initiative. Okay. This is where this term will be important for you is what I said. Trees outside forest initiative. Now the idea is it is an initiative for conserving nature by bringing towards all your farmers, private entities, etc. to expand the tree cover in India. It can be in farms, it can be in certain roadsides, parks, public areas, etc. The point being, it is not afforestation in your forest areas. In random other areas, you are trying to create some kind of a tree wealth which is there. It's tree cover in India, but you will also see over here, it is an initiative which US aid contributes to. Again, question content, because we might be thinking now India is very set. We will not be taking such help from US and all to create trees. But here, we are taking help and you have US aid helping us. Again, TOFI was in news because in Assam, they started implementing this program. But apart from that, in all these other 7 states, they will be implementing this initiative. So the point being, only 7 states are chosen for it. You have US aid coming into it. It's creation of forests outside the cover of your forest areas which are there. Okay. Which one? Primarily, it should be to do with the amount of forest cover in these areas. Okay, if they have to, maybe they are the ones. Let's look over here. If you look Andhra and all, they are the ones which are taking huge steps to actually, improve. If you look at the state of forest report, these are the states which are trying to improve on the forest cover which is over there. So it's not any specific criteria. I do believe it is based on the past efforts which have been shown by these states. Turtles versus tortoise. I'm discussing this because in the last 2 years, several turtle species are either they are becoming critically endangered, there are some of them going and becoming endangered, some of them going from the CITES appendix, their list is going on, they are being from appendix 2 to 1, they are becoming. So you have to have some clarity. I do feel just, you all remember that elephant question which was there? It was asked 2 to 3 years ago, where they asked a very detailed question on elephant population, like the female elephant is the leader of the group, the female elephant's gestation period and everything. So in that point of view is where we're going to prepare this topic. It's, you have certain creatures called as turtles and you have certain creatures called as tortoise, whatever. There's a clear difference between both. They all look the same, but there's a very clear difference. We're going to understand only the differences of it. Primary difference being turtles are water-dwelling reptiles. Okay, they are seen in water. These are land-dwelling reptiles. Can you all show some amount of life? It's basically like I'm teaching to a zombie class or something. Like you all are looking at me so lifeless. What did you all eat? Like some... I know what I ate. I'm asking what I gave you such a big break. At least. What? What happened? Why? No. Here I normally look at her face. She's sitting like this. Like, why? All is lost in life. Now I don't want to do anything with my life. You're writing in your mind. I'm seeing you sitting stationary. It's like I'm going on saying tortoise, turtle, and everyone's thinking of some story which is there in their mind. Come back. Okay, this will get over very soon. I mean, not very soon. It will take some more time, but yeah, we have a lot of species to discuss. Again, so let's try to understand these species, both your turtles and tortoise, they are reptiles, but they do show the feature of moving from land to water and water to land. So here you will see these species, though they are water dwelling, they come to land to lay eggs. Do you know any famous turtle that does this? Yes, olive ridley turtles. Okay, so they come to the land to lay eggs. They come, in fact, they are these migratory species that come all the way swimming just to reach to the eastern coast of India, and here they lay their eggs. You will also see they are good swimmers. Obviously, if they have to come all the way and do this, they are good swimmers. Majority of them are carnivores, while some are omnivores, few are herbivores. It's quite funny. I was thinking 5 years ago, we would not be preparing on such a topic for UPSC. Now we are looking at what turtles are eating. What are they doing? So here you will see these are mostly carnivores. On the other hand, your tortoise are herbivores. Even if they don't ask a direct question, if they ask few species changes and they're giving a description, you should be able to figure out if it's a turtle or tortoise from this description. They are relatively smaller in size, which is your turtles. They have a short lifespan, and this point being over here, not all turtles are tortoise. Okay, which means over here, all tortoises are actually turtles. Now the reason being, tortoise is a bigger family which is there. They belong to the order called as Chelonia, and under Chelonia you have certain turtle species. Got it? So just this statement, just keep a note of it. But the rest of this, just imagine a very land moving species. It's a bad swimmer, it's a herbivore, large in size, long lifespan, etc. One more. No, because if they have to have a good swimming thing, they should have a very streamlined, smaller body, right? Physics of it. I'm just going by the physics of it. Baba, there will be tortoise which will be small. I'm not saying all the okay. let's address this concern over here. Okay, there is a tortoise called as star tortoise. It's so tiny, and it's actually some of those scythe species which are there. They're just saying generally they are larger in size. Got it? My point being, the reason why I figured turtles should be maybe smaller is because they have to move across currents and they have to swim and all that. So maybe a compact body size would be much more easier for them to do it. You will have seen both of these categories, you will have bigger and smaller sizes. They're saying general description could be that they are smaller and the other one is bigger. I was going to say something else. Okay, yeah. This is just a tip sort of a thing. Now, you must have seen a lot of species, and I mean, I'm just hoping when you look through current affairs, you will see these rare discovered species in all of these things. Now, suppose if you are getting a description of a species, and in the description, they're giving very exotic features, not saying like, okay, it is used for medicinal property. These are not exotic now. Okay, almost every other species that you're discovering, it is used, it will have cancer curing properties, all these things are there. But exotic features, when I'm saying, you all remember that question which came about in 2015 period, where they discovered this huge, some banana species or something, and it was extremely large in size fruits which were there. It's an anomaly. You don't normally see that. Okay. My tip for you is, if the description denotes something that is very, very rare, something that you don't see on mainland, and amongst your options, you do have any island options which are there. Got it? So, in that specific question, they described the entire thing. The options was Western Ghats, Northeast India, those Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and there was some other, this thing also. Now, there's an island option over there. It's very high probability that your island option would be the answer. Now, there is a scientific basis for this, being that when you occur in isolation from different, see, normally, how do all our species and all get into a certain size? There's so much of interaction with different other genetic components. There is breeding and everything that happens. But when you're on an island, you are relatively isolated from genetic interferences. So, it is higher probability that you would find such exotic creatures in relation to island areas. So, at the worst case, you want to attempt this question, but you don't have any other clue in your mind, go for this guess. Okay. Now, Living Lands Charter. Again, normally, as I told you, G20 doesn't publish any report, but G20 published report only for you guys. Normally, Commonwealth does not do any activity, but Commonwealth has come about and given this Living Lands Charter. Commonwealth is a group of, now again, international relations. Commonwealth is a group of countries which were either former colonies of UK or having some relation to UK, the protectorates of UK or something like that. They very recently in 2022, they all met, and once they met, they created this Living Lands Charter. It's very simple. They are like, all the Commonwealth countries should come together and they should safeguard all the global land resources. One more point over here, because this is Commonwealth, you have to understand they used to be a big deal. Okay, this is UK and all its previous colonies. They came together like, we are going to do this based on the principle of critical guardianship. I found the word interesting in this, the principles which were there. Critical guardianship basically means that think on these lines. UK colonized who? Most of the countries which are having very large areas of land resources and economic resources. Which means that today when you look at it, these are the countries which are having good amount of ecological wealth. Critical guardianship primarily says that we are the ones we should take initiative, because we are the owners of vast areas of land and resources. We should be the ones taking care of the restoration of these resources. So, you can call it like some kind of a superiority principle which is there, but they've named it critical guardianship, and it has mandated all the Commonwealth countries to engage in your safeguarding global land resources. So again, Living Lands Charter. Jal Doot app. Again, this app was not picked because I like the name or anything. The app was picked primarily because of this particular thing. You see over here, again, see, I picked those points where, because you normally think environment and forest and all would be maybe part of it. But where there is a slight twist, those are the ones that I've majorly picked. Because this is the things that you need to figure out just to get your answer. Jal Doot app is launched to enable monitoring of groundwater tables across the country. It has been jointly developed by Ministry of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj. Okay, so this is the reason that was picked. Here you will see this app will be primarily used to check in each village what is the level of groundwater which is there. They'll be recording it, and for future purposes, whenever they want to dig a well or something, this data will be utilized to make a call on it. Okay. Just Transition Initiative. Okay. Just Transition Initiative came actually at the time of your COP27. Now, what was said over here is, see, their idea was, and primarily two major countries, you had Kenya and South Africa coming forward. They said we have to have an initiative to end plastic pollution in a way that is fair and inclusive as possible to everyone concerned. Okay. Now think about this. They said this, and they said we are going to say that we are going to call it just transition. Added on to it, they said this is going to be a legally binding treaty. Okay. So at this point, India had an offense with it. India said that, see, we are all in for plastic pollution prevention and all that. But in India, again, see, think of the cycle of things. We just passed certain plastic pollution laws and everything. We've created authorized people to go and collect this plastic waste. In India, there is an entire group of people whose livelihood is dependent on plastic. Okay. They're collecting it, they're segregating it, they are breaking it down and so on. Kenya's and South Africa's idea was to actually take all of them, give them alternate employments and take them away from the plastic industry which is there. India was not up for this, and thus you will see India is not a member of the Just Transition Initiative. Okay. Green hydrogen policy. Again, just like ethanol blending, green hydrogen is one thing that I've discussed several times. Green hydrogen policy is something that was given by the Ministry of Power. The idea is to create 5 million tons per annum of green hydrogen by 2030. What is the idea of green hydrogen? Okay, since I've told you so many times, can anyone tell me back what is the idea of green hydrogen? Why is this green? Okay, one minute. Let's, yeah. It's all right. Half of them don't have. It's all right. You tell. Okay. Little bit more. Green hydrogen. So what would be the process? Person at the back. Okay. So one part of it is correct. So there are two parts onto this. One part is, as you mentioned, and he mentioned also, you are generating hydrogen. It becomes green due to these things. You need to generate hydrogen. Now, to generate hydrogen, you have to have a process called as electrolysis. Now, this electrolysis needs some power to be given to it. Then only electrolysis will happen. The power that you are using for electrolysis is renewable energy. So that part is green, tick. Then after you have electrolyzed and everything, you're creating hydrogen. Hydrogen is also a very, very green substitute for your fuels. And that is also the reason why it is called as green hydrogen. In comparison to all the other different kinds of hydrogens which are there, there is grey, blue, turquoise. The idea is here,
Look at the source material, methane or coal, methane or coal. Here there is methane. And what all is happening? There is gasification with carbon capture, there is pyrolysis. But whatever the point is, in each of these, there is a residue that comes out. But in the case of green hydrogen, you're using renewable energy for electrolysis, and even the byproduct that comes out of it is not harmful for the earth. This is the idea of your green hydrogen policy. Again, B100. What was this? B100 again has question potential because this particular year, the government of India has authorized the sale of this particular fuel. B100 is a biodiesel. It is generated from vegetable oils like soya bean, palm oil, vegetable waste oils, etc. by a certain process called as transesterification. Transesterification is basically the breaking down of fats due to several conditions, and you're generating some amount of fuel from it. Such a fuel is, the name of the fuel is B100. This year it is important because the government has specifically authorized the direct sale of B100 to all the consumers. So now we can buy B100, blend it with our normal fuel, use separately as it is itself. The BIS has given a standardization to it. So basically B100 got inducted into the Indian market. Okay. So this is the news related to it. Sovereign green bonds. Again, do I have to discuss it in detail? You all, you know, right? Okay, yeah. So there is sovereign green bonds. The difference over here being, see, green bonds as a phenomena happened way before. Okay, so in 2007 onwards, we've had green bonds in the world. You have several countries also giving out your green bonds. We are calling it sovereign green bonds because it is for the first time India or the Indian government is giving out a bond or a green bond of its own. Thus called as sovereign green bond. Got it? Now again, ideally these green bonds can be used for a wide variety of purposes. I just want you to just go through it. Renewable energy, water conservation, climate resilient infrastructure, pollution control, bioenergy technology which is there. So any of these activities you can use the proceeds of this bond which is there. In India, you have constituted a Green Finance Working Committee to take care of the implementation and issuance of your sovereign green bond. Okay, Green Finance Working Committee. Blue Flag Certification. Again, Blue Flag Certification is an internationally recognized eco-label. It's given on 33 different criteria. These are the organizations that comes. What is the criteria given for? What areas? Beaches. Okay. So blue flag is being given for your beaches, and here you will see who all: UNEP, World Tourism Organization. There is a Denmark-based NGO called FEE, and then you have IUCN. So commonly the ones that we know are UNEP, IUCN. Then the ones that we might forget are WTO and FEE. Now, based on this, based on the 33 criteria, they'll give based on the cleanliness, the administration, the availability of certain resources and everything, they'll give this certification to certain beaches which are there. Here you will also see India has launched its own eco-label called as BEAMS, which is very similar to your blue flag certification. So, BEAMS is India's own indigenous eco-label for your beach management services. The list I have put over here again are the blue flag certified beaches of India. When you get the slides, you can just go through the things in common. Arth Ganga.
Oh, I came across a very interesting fact when I was looking through the current affairs. Did you guys know, maybe because you have your history done, this Ganga protection bodies which were there? Do you know about any freedom movement time Ganga bodies? Like when I have to be much more clear. Freedom, when you studied modern India, did you come across any Ganga related protection bodies then? Okay, so yeah, then it's a very interesting fact for you also. There was actually a Ganga Mahasabha, okay, created by Madan Mohan Malviya in 1915, I believe. I don't remember the year, but yeah, 1915. So at that point, again, in the time of the Swadeshi and things like that, not Swadeshi, after that, okay, when they were taking individual practices to, Khadi and protection and things like that, they took up the protection of Ganga at that point. And thus, they had created an organization called as Ganga Mahasabha. Okay, I was just looking into the history of Ganga protection, so I come across this. Anyway, coming to Ganga protection right now, here we have come across this program called as your Arth Ganga. Arth primarily means money, and then Ganga is your Ganga river. The idea being that you are trying to somehow gain some economic benefits through protecting Ganga river itself. Okay, so here it implies a sustainable development model with a focus on economic activities related to your Ganga river. Their core idea is to actually contribute or to strive to see that at least 3% of India's GDP comes from Ganga river. Okay, this is the line where in the UPSC exam you'll be like, no, eliminate. Okay, 3% and all, how Ganga will give. So, but this is the core objective of this Arth Ganga project which is there. Now, to do this, they have 6 verticals where they have zero budget natural farming. They have some, Gobar Dhan scheme which is there. The sludge water, wastewater is being treated and it is being monetized. All of these activities are taken. The idea is you protect Ganga. Along with protecting Ganga, you make some money also. Okay. So, this is your Arth Ganga project. River Cities Alliance. River Cities Alliance is basically a platform within India itself where the different river cities of India come together. They discuss their problems, they ideate on how to solve the problems, etc. Here you have the Water Ministry and the Housing and Urban Affairs Ministry bringing all the river cities together. Okay, why? Because river, water, cities, urban affairs which is there. Both of them came together and each of this thing, for example, from the urban affairs, it is your National Institute of Urban Affairs which takes care of the organization, and from the Jal Ministry, it is the National Mission for Clean Ganga which takes care of the River Cities Alliance. Now again, even when I was taking class, I had mentioned to you, how many of you went and put an effort to see which are the rivers which are crossing through these cities? I had asked you to do this then. See, again, River Cities Alliance primarily means that through certain cities of India, you have rivers on the banks of it, rivers flowing through it. So, you have to preserve those because again, it's urban area and river nearby. So, obviously, this area is going to be, quite heavily polluted. So, they are trying to preserve all of this together. Now, at that point, again, I had urged you, whenever you study rivers and all, look at the different cities which are there on the banks. Even if you don't know all the cities, I had told, at least these particular cities, go figure out what river is on the banks of it or what river is flowing through it. Got it? So, these are the lists again. Ayodhya, Aurangabad, lots of them, Bhubaneswar, Dehradun, Howrah, Vijayawada. Hyderabad is on which river? Musi. Okay. Kaveri river passes through a major important city. And don't tell me all the names of the city. Who said Madurai? Kaveri? Kanchipuram? Kanchipuram. I mean, I am recollecting it from my mind. Trichy. So Kanchipuram is also. Okay, so it must be then. I got confused. Okay. In this manner, at least 3-4 different things, if it at least a match the following comes, you should be able to figure out. Try figuring out these ones at least. It's very easy. You just have to Google the name of the city. They will only be like it's on the banks of this river. They will be telling. Under2 Coalition. One very discrete current affair which has come and gone. Nobody has paid much attention to it. But I do have a feeling UPSC will pay attention to it is this particular one. It's called as Under2 Coalition. The idea is very simple. You are going to create a global network of states, regions, provinces, subnational governments and so on to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. What is so unique about this? The unique factor is it's not just countries. It's individual states, it's individual subnational bodies which are there, which have come together to form this grouping. This is very dynamic, or this current affair is very dynamic because time and again, right now I've listed certain cities over there. I mean, states over here. Maharashtra, Punjab, Chhattisgarh, Jammu and Kashmir, Telangana and West Bengal. Right now, 6 cities of India are part of the Under2 Coalition. Take this year or last year, these cities, right now we are seeing 6 of them, but it's because time and again 2 or 3 cities have been coming and joining them as your current affair. So this has constantly been there in news, but not as a very prominent news article. Okay, so remember 6 cities of India, Under2 Coalition, their idea is to have net zero emissions by 2050. Green Grids Initiative. They're trying to bring, what is 2 degrees Celsius? Under 2, under 1.5, 20, 30, all of these are common. It's like throw here and there as sprinkles. I am not observing that. It is your observation. Green Grids Initiative. Green Grids Initiative is something that was launched at COP26. Again, if you look at whatever source that you're reading, most of the current affairs sources have given such long descriptions on the International Solar Alliance. Okay, so again, International Solar Alliance is something that we started way back. At what point? During the Paris Climate Agreement time. And after that, we have been constantly pushing it into the World Forum. Now we have come up with a better idea on it. They're like, okay, fine. So we already have International Solar Alliance. Everyone's producing solar energy. Let's do one thing. Let's connect all the solar energy via grids, so that all of us who are involved in the International Solar Alliance will get power exchange through each other. It's a very ambitious idea, but India has put forward it over there. And this is called as your Green Grids Initiative. So who all? India, UK in collaboration with World Bank and your International Solar Alliance, they all came together and they said, we are having something called as the One Sun Declaration. So One Sun Declaration, it was endorsed by almost 83 International Solar Alliance countries. And the idea is, we will all generate solar energy and there will be some of us who cannot generate, right? So we'll connect it all via grids so that we can share solar energy with everyone. Okay. So a single global grid to share solar energy across different countries is the idea of the Green Grids Initiative. Okay. How many of you remember the first current affair that I took? No, it's a very rhetoric question. It's asking to myself only. Because you're going on hearing correlation and ambition and carbon, it's quite obvious that you will forget things, right? That's why. This is called as High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. High Ambition Coalition, let's try to understand over here. they, just like their name, have very, very high ambitions over here. Normally, either of them will pick either land and improve on the degradation of the land, or they will pick ocean and improve on the degradation of the ocean. But the high ambition people have very high ambitions. So they have picked 30% of the world's land and ocean by 2030, they're going to protect. Okay. So think of it, if you have to have this thing. High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People is an intergovernmental group launched in 2019 by Costa Rica, France and Britain. Right now, it has almost 70 countries involved in it. And to add to it, their high ambition is that they're going to restore land and water, 30% of the land and water by 2030. Global Registry for Fossil Fuels. Global Registry for Fossil Fuels is developed by Carbon Tracker and Global Energy Monitor. The idea is it's the first of its kind database for tracking the world's fossil fuel production, reserves and emissions. Again, the reason I picked it is because it is not any of your prominent International Energy Agency or your OPEC or any of these groups which have done this. It's relatively unknown Carbon Tracker and Global Energy Monitor that has picked up this, how much fossil fuel reserves are there, how much is getting exhausted, so on and so forth. This is enough. Next. Alliance of CEO Climate Action Leaders. Again, from the name, what you can figure out, you can figure out that this is something to do with different business groups, their heads and everything. But it is actually World Economic Forum's climate action platform. Okay. So what they've done is, again, you can relate it like that also, because World Economic Forum means you have all the richest businessmen of the world coming in over there at Davos. So obviously when they got over there, they were like, okay, can we do something about climate change? They said, okay, yeah, so obviously we are global leaders. Let's do something for climate change. And they created Alliance of CEO Climate Action Leaders. And you can see over here that in India, there is a think tank called as Observer Research Foundation. They are the ones that take care of its meetings. They call these CEO meetings and all under their aegis. Not very important, but just remember, it's the WEF's Climate Action Platform. Small Grants Program. I hope you all, by your own initiative, would go and revise those funds that I taught you in the class. Okay, I didn't go into deep because I didn't feel it so important from the current affair point of view or from the static point of view. But if you are the kind of person who doesn't remember anything related to it, just go and recollect it. You remember World Bank funds, non-World Bank funds, the different lists. Here now you have something called as the Small Grants Program. Small Grants Program, just like its name denotes, is given for very, very small areas. What are these small areas? It is to local civil society and community-based organization. Who is giving the fund? GEF. Your Global Environment Facility is giving the fund to these small local bodies which are there. Again, this is the reason why it is quite interesting. Why? Because it's not for the state or for the country, it's for the individual local bodies that this funding is being given. Okay. Wildlife Conservation Bond. Who's giving out the bond? Again, this is something that I have discussed several times. You have World Bank giving out a certain bond for the preservation of wildlife, and this is specifically the black rhino that is occurring in your South African region. And the idea over here is World Bank created this bond and they are trying to, people are buying it and this money is going into the funding and everything. There's a very interesting feature of this bond. See, normally if you have a green bond, it works very similar to a normal economic bond, wherein you will have certain amount of money, you will buy a certain bond, whatever money you've given to them, they will be using it for some green project like renewable energy, climate action, adaptation or something like that. Here, you will buy the bond, and obviously in the green bond at the end of a certain period of time, you will get your money back along with the interest, and that's fixed, no change in it or anything. In the wildlife conservation bond, everything happens very similar, just that along with your fixed interest, if you have fixed interest, you will get a small amount. If you want to have more returns, that will happen only if the number of rhinos have increased. Okay, so it is a return or an outcome based bond returns. Okay, so if rhino population has increased, you will become like rich when you get back the bond amount. If rhino population is all similar, you will just get your normal, whatever fixed interest has been promised to you. Geopark. Again, when I taught this in class also, I had mentioned very, very important current affair. First of all, India has had its, or the first geological park of India has been created in Madhya Pradesh, specifically in the Lamheta region, which is there. So that is the first major current affair. Then comes all the other stories related to it. Why or what is the so importance? And this, what you say, geological park is being administered by the Geological Survey of India, which happens to be under the Ministry of Mining. These are all normal facts. Coming to the important things which are over here. See, this is the area which is being given or assigned as the geopark. Can you see the formation of these rocks? These rocks are primarily called as infratrapean beds. Infratrapean beds means layer by layer by layer is how the rock is being formed over here. Okay, so you can clearly see the layers. That is what you are seeing over here. If you look at the cross section of this, this is what you are observing. This is the reason why they've decided to give this site. See, all around India you have rocks. But then you have given this particular site as the geological or the first geological park, because these rocks indicate the different movements or different kinds of activity that the earth has undergone, or specifically the subcontinent has undergone. This is the first thing. Second important thing over here is related to the dinosaur fossils. Again, I'm not expecting an individual question on dinosaur fossil because so many of them have been discovered in the last 2 years. So don't even bother studying all of those names. The pointer over here being, in India, the most number of dinosaur fossils have been found in this particular Madhya Pradesh region. So much so that there is actually a dinosaur fossil national park located over here. Okay, so here, this is the first thing. This primary area where you had initially 1928 period, the first time a dinosaur fossil was found. Now thereafter, every single year you're getting so many dinosaur fossils from here. Even this year you had very wondrous things where I had mentioned there was an egg inside an egg fossil and all that you got from here. And these sites were all in the Dinosaur Fossil National Park. This is in India. Like globally, there is a very famous, globally there is a very famous area where the most number, so if you're taking the total number, almost 90% of the world's dinosaur fossils have been retrieved from this particular area. Do you have any idea where it is? I am seeing it like that one, trick question sort of a thing. It was there, this region was also there in news. It's not in India. If it's in India, I would have already mentioned it, right? Option. The Gobi Desert. The Mongolia Gobi Desert area is the area from where you've had almost the largest majority of the dinosaur fossils being retrieved. Now, the area being, their explanation is, the area where you right now have Gobi Desert, when you look at the sedimental structure of it, this area was known to be a very vibrant rainforest region several years ago, millions of years ago, when dinosaurs were there. Okay. So whenever this extinction or whatever caused the dinosaur extinction obviously led to the destruction of the Gobi Desert, I mean, not Gobi Desert, Gobi rainforest. And right now, that is what the area right now is desert, but you constantly keep getting dinosaur fossils from here. Okay. So globally also, this is a very, very crucial area. Coming to India over here, you are seeing these areas, and you also can say this Lamheta region is also declared as a geo-heritage site by your UNESCO. So because of all of these things, this region is important. Okay. Species. First of all, we have to go deep into the crocodiles of India. First crocodile species that we are looking into. Okay, one more thing. India has majorly 3 crocodile species. There's a gharial, there is mugger, and there's a saltwater crocodile. There's only one place in India where all of these 3 crocodile species occur together. Where is it? Odisha. It's especially in the Kendrapara region, Kendrapara village in Odisha. Okay. Now coming to individual facts related to each. The gharial, which is there, it's otherwise either called as the ghavial or the fish-eating crocodile. It is critically endangered as per your IUCN. Okay, first thing. And the primary habitat of the gharial is in fresh waters of Himalayan rivers, Chambal River, especially in the Vindhyan range. Earlier, it used to occur in Bangladesh, Bhutan and Myanmar, but now it is not there. So, can I say gharial is an endemic species of India? It is not. Okay, what did I just tell you? It was there in Bangladesh, Bhutan and Myanmar. It died. It was not gharial's fault. It got extinct over there. Okay, so it is not an endemic species of India. It is indigenous to India. Okay, that is, it's not endemic to India. You see all of these other details related to it. So remember, this is critically endangered. Now coming to the one which is least concerned, which is your saltwater crocodile. This actually is the Earth's largest living crocodile. Okay, so amongst the different crocodile species which is there, this is the Earth's largest living crocodile species. It occurs again in brackish. It's already written, it's salt water. Can you see also a difference? Gharial occurs in the fresh waters of Himalaya. This occurs in the salt water region which is there. And in the salt water region and some places in the fresh waters also, it occurs in Sundarbans, Andaman Nicobar Islands, etc. There are some threats to it, but even right now, it's doing all right. It's in the least concerned category only. So, saltwater crocodile is fairly all right. Now, coming to your mugger crocodile. Mugger crocodile, otherwise also called as the marsh crocodile, which is there. So, one is in fresh water, the other is mostly in sea water. This is in your marshlands which are there. And here you will see, again, it's seen in the freshwater areas of Indian subcontinents. It used to be there in Bhutan and Myanmar. Again, it got extinct. And this one is vulnerable. So, clear, all the 3 species of crocodiles that you see in India have different statuses in IUCN. The gharial being critically endangered, the mugger being vulnerable, and the saltwater one being least concerned. It's the maximum information you need on it. Again, 2 other species that can be asked on a deeper level. Indian pangolin versus Chinese pangolin. I mentioned this as a category of species. Does anyone remember this? Like I was talking about indicator species, flagship species, and then I specifically mentioned about one category of species. And I mentioned this as an example. Does anyone remember? Someone said. What did you say? Anti? Look-alike species? Yes. Look-alike species. Now, again, not because they look alike. Okay. Look-alike species primarily because, see, when you have, your Chinese pangolin is clearly the one which is much more in demand. Okay. So, Chinese pangolin has, the belief is that the scales of it is having so much of medicinal properties. The meat is having so much medicinal properties. So, this is very much in demand, and they kill this animal, they illegally trade it, and all of this has led to this species being critically endangered. Okay. Now, it just so happens that most of the times when there is a restriction on the Chinese pangolin, what happens is, because most of the features of the Indian pangolin are also similar, they try to substitute the products like meat or scales or something with the Indian pangolin. This is the reason why Chinese pangolin is already starting to have critical endangerment and all. Now, because this is functioning as the dupe of the Chinese pangolin, this species is also now undergoing reduction in numbers. Otherwise, Indian pangolin has no other medicinal properties, or even God knows if Chinese pangolin also has. But then Indian pangolin has no fixed properties or anything. But because it is a look-alike species, look-alike not because it looks alike, but the products of it, the meat, the scales and all, can be easily, confused or, maybe substituted for the Chinese pangolin. So, this is the reason why Chinese pangolin is critically endangered, Indian pangolin is endangered. Okay. And here you will also see Indian pangolin has bigger scales. There is, in the location of it, there is a terminal scale present. But again, understand, those who are doing this illegal trade and getting it into some place, they will not be like, okay, is this a bigger one? Is this a smaller one? They'll just be like, okay, pangolin scale received. Okay. So, here you will see bigger scales and smaller scales is a very important thing. The Indian pangolin is the much more bigger in size one. Chinese one is smaller. And at the end of it, the IUCN status of both are also quite different. In YouTube, I had put the top 20 species. How many of you had gone through that video? It's alright. If you've not gone through, I put the slides over here. I didn't expect any of you to go through. So, I have put the slides over here. See, again, a lot of species that have been in news. Okay. If I were a student, I would not be sitting and mugging up all the species. I would be very choosing and picking very select few. And that is what I have put in those slides also. Like what I put as the video is also the same thing. Today, I'll be discussing it with the slides. So, the first species in that aspect is this particular mangrove species called as Avicennia marina. Mangrove, as it is the importance of it and all, we already discussed. What extra comes over here is Avicennia marina is, even amongst the mangrove species, this is a star species. Why? Because it can grow in 75% seawater, and it can excrete almost 40% of the salt through its root systems and shoot systems which are there. So, in comparison to other mangroves also, this is like a very exceptional feature. So, these two are major pointers. The next pointer being this one. This particular here, this Avicennia marina's entire genome has been sequenced, and right now this is being used to understand why you have such very high levels of salt secreting properties for it. So, once we figure that out, we can use this as an important tool in your dryland farming and everything. On the top of my head, one other species which is also quite wondrous like this. Have you seen this thing called silverfish? Okay. You all would have seen it. Go to any local aquarium, it will be there. Okay. So, it is a very common small fish which is there. But wonder of wonders, the scientists have found that this species, the genome of it is so versatile, As in, like, you can even create or regenerate entire heart muscles from the genome of this particular fish. Okay. So again, it has so many qualities. It is easily available. It is having certain structural specialities. But anyway, this is like the new wonder that the biologists have now kicked upon. And again, just remember, silverfish. The key point, the most wondrous thing that I found in that this entire description is entire heart muscles can be regenerated from its genome sequence. Okay. So keep that in mind. Now coming into this particular Avicennia marina, we've discussed that right now the genome has been sequenced and these wondrous properties make it a quite important species for this year. Next one, red crowned roof turtle. Okay. We talked about it yesterday also. Can anyone tell me with relation to what site did I speak about the red crowned roof turtle? I mentioned, I know that. No, I didn't discuss Chambal in detail yesterday. Even I am thinking Satkozia, I just want one of you to confirm it. I wrote Chambal over there, that I know. I'm saying yesterday in what relation did I discuss the red crowned roof turtle? Rudra Sagar, I guess, right? Three perennial, Gomtis, different three perennial rivers. Yes, good job. Did you recollect it? Good job. Proud of you. Now, coming to your, again, yesterday we mentioned it in the context of the Rudrasagar lake, which occurs in Tripura as a Ramsar site. Here again, the red crowned roof turtle is a critically endangered species. It is in the appendix 1 of sites. It's native to both India and Bangladesh. And again, we mentioned it, you are seeing it in Rudrasagar. They are also seeing it in the National Chambal River Gharial Sanctuary, which is there. There also you're seeing the presence of this particular turtle. Okay. Again, the key pointer is it's critically endangered. Its other name is Batagur Kachuga. If you also remember yesterday when I was telling, I mentioned something about the northern river terrapin. That was also one of the turtle species that I mentioned. Again, it has a very similar name. That one is called as Batagur Baska. Okay. So again, just telling the terms. In case God knows when they want to give, sometimes they'll give scientific names, sometimes they'll give a local name. So, Elvira rat. Elvira rat again is a critically, what happened? Any issue? Okay. Elvira rat is a critically endangered species, and you will see that this particular species is now found only in the Yercaud hills of Eastern Ghats. Now, look at this one more pointer I told over here. It's critically endangered. But until very recently, it was in Schedule 5 of Wildlife Protection Act. What was Schedule 5? Vermins. So now you know, Elvira rat is occurring only in the Yercaud region, not because it decided to leave over there. It's because everyone was shooting up all the vermins, and now Elvira rat became as a poor victim in this entire thing. So here you will see it's a nocturnal rodent. It's not found in any protected areas. These are all the twist statements. It's critically endangered, but it is in Schedule 5. It's critically endangered, but it does not have any protected areas. Yercaud hills are normal hills. This is not protected hills or anything. Okay. So it is occurring in these regions which are there. Moving on to next one, the black-necked crane. Again, yesterday when I was talking about the Ramsar site, I said this is occurring in the Sokar lake. Sokar was also important because of the white salt efflorescence which was there. Here, the black-necked crane, here you will see it is the state bird of Ladakh. It comes to Arunachal in winters. The Monpa community of tribes are the ones which are taking care of your black-necked crane. That reminds me, yesterday we talked about the Champions of Earth Award, right? Solige is something else. Solige is... Yeah, okay. Okay, 1 minute. Solige is the critical this thing. So you matched over there. What were you guys saying? You all were saying something. What I just wanted to know about Champions of Earth Award. Who got it? Okay, yeah, okay. Purnima Devi. She got it for the Hagrilla army. What was the species that she discovered? I mean, not discovered, protected. After going back yesterday, I was like, I told them till there, but I forgot to tell them the species. There is a species called as the Great Adjunctant Stork. Again, this is a critically endangered bird. This is what they try to preserve. Greater Adjunctant Stork. It's these water bird sort of a thing which is there. This is what they preserved and got the Champions of Earth Award. Champions of Earth Award is given by what organization? UNEP. Good. Coming to the black-neck crane over here. So, Monpa community is very important in its preservation. Here, if you can look, it falls under the near threatened category in the IUCN Red List. Okay, it's not something that is extremely critically endangered or anything. One more point. Okay, see, the reason why it was picked in from the news was because of this pointer. This particular bird species, globally when you look at it, you see more number of species of this in China. Outside China, it comes to only the eastern Ladakh region for its breeding. This is the reason why we are seeing it in Sokar. Okay. Now, apart from that, here it comes to Arunachal Pradesh in the winters as part of its migratory track. Got it? So, understand, outside China, this is the only breeding ground for this particular bird species. What happened? Any doubt? She used to? Where are you from? Oh, okay. Nice. Okay. Nice. I didn't know that. I didn't know you were from Ladakh in the first place. Nice. Okay. Next species? Cheetah? Okay. Cheetah, again, you can see cheetah reintroduction has happened. And because of this, I don't think there is anything left for me to say that already your PIB and your news channels and the graphics of news channels have already not told you. You had cheetah coming, or you have almost 8 Namibian cheetahs that were brought into India. You will see the Asiatic cheetah, which is primarily there. One minute, just give me a point. See, okay, so primarily you had two classes of cheetahs. You had the Asiatic cheetah and you had the African cheetah. The Asiatic cheetah which occurred in India is the one that got extinct. Okay, so and this is the only large carnivore in India that got completely wiped out. Okay, so and at least until what we know. Okay, so this one got completely wiped out, and by 1952 this was completely extinct in the wild. Okay, now coming into this factor, that is from where you can see the African cheetah gets reintroduced into India from Namibia and South African region. It's the world's first intercontinental large wild carnivore translocation project. Okay, so this is a key important factor, and you have transported it into Kuno Palpur National Park. I needed to tell you something is related to this. See now, why Kuno National Park? Can you tell me that? Why Kuno was particularly chosen? Okay, yeah. So the grassland conditions which are there, the rainfall which is there, and the, like, see, for example, when you're reintroducing, and be it whatever, it's like, you know, you have similar conditions. So you also have to see how much of man interaction is there, how much of other species interaction is there. So already in an area which is having a top carnivore, if you introduce a cheetah which is there, it will be put under risk. So in all these aspects is where Kuno was chosen. Now a second site on which they are again planning to reintroduce is your Bansogar Wildlife Sanctuary. Where is Bansogar? Who's recording my voice? I just heard my voice back. Is that thing getting, did it get disrupted? Oh my god. Ah yeah, what is this? Online guys, can you hear my voice? Can you please respond with, okay, fine. They can hear. Where is Bansogar Wildlife Sanctuary? Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. Or Rajasthan, you're giving me to choose. That is how far you could get. Any fixed answer? Red panda. Red panda again is something that we had discussed the other day, wherein, what happened? Is the red panda too cute? You all got very see, red panda over here is an indicator species. You will also see 50% of red panda's habitat is in the eastern Himalayan region. You see red panda constantly on the banks of the Siang river which is there. It is the state animal of Sikkim. So today in total we discussed few state animals. We talked about the state animal of Tamil Nadu which is Nilgiri Tahr. State animal of Ladakh. Yeah, you have black-necked crane, and then you have your state animal of Sikkim which is your red panda which is there. You also see over here Arunachal Pradesh is the state which has the largest red panda population in the country. IUCN lists it as endangered species. Okay. Now again, this was in news because we are planning to have a translocation project from the Padmaja Naidu Zoological Park to the Singalila National Park which is there. Okay. So again, that had come into news because of this particular reason. That is the one thing that has happened because of cheetah reintroduction. They will not ask anything about cheetah, but all the other translocation things are now going to be important for us. Black panther. Again, yesterday I had mentioned black panther also. In what context? Anshi. I told you Anshi is the area where you see black panther in its natural habitat. You also see this is basically a color variant of the spotted Indian leopard. It falls under the vulnerable category. Apart from Anshi, you see it in the Pench Tiger Reserve, Netravali Sanctuary which is there in Goa, and the Navegaon Nagzira Tiger Reserve of Maharashtra. So here in Anshi, you see it in its natural habitat. In all these other areas also, you do see the presence of black panther. Nilgiri Tahr, we already discussed one round. Again, IUCN endangered category. Nilgiri Conservation Project is there. This is the only goat species found in the tropical mountains of southern India. Okay. Again, important from that aspect. The Halari donkey. Again, when I had mentioned this in the class also, I said, in a normal scenario, I would not have picked this species, but the species has been pushed very much in all your PIB articles. That is why the species is also important for us.
Halari donkey is seen in the semi-arid landscape of Jamnagar, Dwaraka and all of the state of Gujarat. You also see guys, what is this? It's like I'm talking to myself. What happened, ma'am? Everyone's so innocent. You all are talking amongst yourself. That is what is happening. Listen, it's getting over anyway. Just listen to the last few species. The Halari donkey, which is there. Again, if at all, I'm just trying to figure out if, because PIB has been pushing it too much, maybe what could be asked is the location of it, which is in the Gujarat region, Saurashtra region. And other thing which is important is its endangered category. Okay. Next thing is these communities which occur over there. The Bharwad, Rabari and the Kumbhar categories of people or the communities of people are the ones which are taking care of the protection of these donkey species. In fact, they use for example, the Kumbhar community and all use it even for their daily activities, as in like they'll be taking the load and everything. So even for that, they are using this species. So I think these are the major factual points related to from where a question can be asked. Red sanders. Red sanders is important because this is a plant species that has now gone from near threatened category to endangered category. Again, it is in this year that this change has happened. Red sanders is known by the scientific. Once or twice I will say, what is this? You have any other thing to contribute here? I know what you all are talking about. When red sanders, when it comes on the screen, I know what you guys will be talking about. But stop the discussion here to the fact. Okay. The more times you hear it, somewhere it will ring a bell when you want to mark an answer. Red sanders is basically your Pterocarpus santilinus. You will see it is an endemic tree species of India. Okay, so which means you will not see the presence of it elsewhere. It is endemic to India. It has a very restricted geographical range in the Eastern Ghat region. Okay, now you to recollect this, you can think of Pushpa movie, because in the Eastern Ghat region where all it occurs in. Now, the next important point is this. There is a lot of illegal trade happening in the red sanders. Red sanders is put under CITES Appendix 2. Now, from this year onwards, and especially this year, CITES had a very prominent meeting. India went about and wanted to change the status of several of its species, which means the ones which were in second appendix or third appendix, they wanted to push it into the first appendix because there was a lot of trade happening in it. One such species that India considered was your red sanders, because right now it is under Schedule 2. There's a lot of illegal trade happening and it is a very expensive product. So this has to be curbed and they want to put it into the CITES Appendix 1. So again, that is one of the reasons why it was there in news. Next, the lesser floricans which is there. Understand, the lesser florican was primarily picked because of this. See, the other ones in this lesser florican belongs to a family of 3 major bird categories. The Bengal florican, the Great Indian bustard. The Great Indian bustard, you know, is critically endangered. Bengal florican is also endangered. Now, the lesser florican is right now moving into the endangered category. Until now, it was not in such a severe situation. Now, that is also moving into the endangered category and it was reported this year. That is why this bird species, which is normally not very famous, has come into news. Again, the point is over here, Schedule 1 of Wildlife Protection Act, but again, CITES Appendix 2. Again, how are you planning to study this? See, as a rule of thumb, just keep in mind that most of the important species that we would even be worth discussing would be falling under Schedule 1. Unless and until I am specifically mentioning, okay, it falls under Schedule 4 because of this reason or something like that. Okay. The Appendix 1, if it's Appendix 2 or 3, I will be always telling the story related to that we are trying to improve it on. Other than that, most of it would fall under your Appendix 1
category. Just when I took a break, I just remembered. I told you about 3 plant species that got discovered in the Himalayan region. From the Western Ghat region, you had plant species and a lot of things, but something very unique was 3 categories of jumping spider species. Western Ghats. Okay, so again, the reason I'm mentioning that is you don't have to know the scientific names or anything. They discovered, it sounds very similar. From here, the Himalayan region, you have 3 plant species, and from the Western Ghat region, they discover 3 jumping spider species which are there. So if they do ask a descriptive question, it's from the Western Ghats. Coming to this particular species called as the Mesotropis spellita. Mesotropis spellita is otherwise called as patwa in its local parlance. It is a perennial shrub. It's critically endangered and it has a very restricted distribution in the Uttarakhand region. It's basically endemic to the Uttarakhand region. Now, the importance also comes from the fact that the kind of the extracts that you get from this particular plant is considered to be a natural substitute for a lot of drug formulations that you're using in the pharmaceutical industry. Again, that is not the key pointer for me. The key pointer for me was this rediscovery of these Himalayan species. They were known to exist long time ago. It was considered a very rare finding, and now they have found it again. And this is the reason why it is important. And it is endemic to the Uttarakhand region which is there. Next, Leeds soft shell turtles. Leeds soft shell turtles again has come into news because this is the second species that India was pushing for to change its appendix from your appendix 2 to appendix 1. It is a large freshwater soft shell turtle which is endemic to peninsular India. It comes under critically endangered category, and now India is trying to push for it to be under your CITES appendix 1. In the recently changed Wildlife Protection Act, this comes under the Schedule 4 of the Wildlife Protection Act. Okay, so this is the only species that I've specifically told you in that manner. Okay. Snow leopard. Snow leopard, yesterday I had mentioned with respect to what? There was an area I mentioned. There was a snow leopard census happening in... Okay. What was the area? You all were writing diligently notes, no? So just turn your page and see. Lazy to even... Huh? Chandratal. The Chandratal Lake area is where there was a snow leopard census. Then you have the IUCN category of it being vulnerable. CITES Appendix 1, Schedule 1 species. It's both an indicator and a flagship species. Okay. Indicator and flagship, you know very fact. Flagship primarily means this is the key major area. It's like the mascot of that entire area. Indicator means if there is even any slight changes in the climate over here, you will see it getting affected or the species getting affected. You see that for the preservation of the snow leopard, you have something called as the Living Himalaya Network Initiative. Living Himalaya Network is actually for the preservation of Himalaya, but along with Himalaya, all the species associated with it also gets preserved. And it is in this aspect where this WWF-led initiative is now preserving the snow leopard in India. Okay. Apart from that, you also see the Hemis National Park, where you see the highest density of snow leopards of any particular protected area. State, what? So the bird was state bird. Okay. So state bird was your black crane. black neck crane, and your state animal is your snow leopard. Indian rhino or the great one-horned rhino. Again in news because of the context of great one-horned rhino is constantly repeated in news, primarily because if you look at every flood season which is there, you have Kaziranga, you have these areas getting flooded, and this comes out to be in news. So the first thing over here is, here you have this under the vulnerable list, sites appendix 1. This particular Indian rhino or the great one-horned rhino is found only in the Brahmaputra Valley, parts of northern Bengal and parts of southern Nepal. An exception to this is when this species got found in the Dudhwa Tiger Reserve. Today we talked about Dudhwa in another context. What was it? Terai Arc Landscape. I told you Terai Arc Landscape has certain sites in Uttarakhand, UP and Bihar. The site in UP was Dudhwa. Okay. So here in Dudhwa, you see the presence of the great one-horned rhino. It's quite an anomaly, but in all the other areas, the other common areas are your Brahmaputra Valley and so on. Then moving on to the next species, which is your Utricularia furcellata. Now, you don't have to remember the entire name. Just remember the features of it. This is also a species which got rediscovered recently. It was last seen in 1986. And now again in Uttarakhand, we have found the species again. Species becomes important because of its mechanism. See, it's a very rare carnivore species. You normally see insectivorous species, which is, you have the pitcher plant, Venus flytrap and everything. This is quite unique because it tries to trap its prey by creating a negative pressure atmosphere. So it will create a vacuum, and because a vacuum is created, you must have seen the normal vacuum pump which is there, right? What does it happen? There's a vacuum created, thereby creating a pressure that pulls the thing towards it. So this plant works on that basis. Got it? So again, this is the reason it came in news, it got rediscovered. That is not the reason I picked it. I picked it because of this interesting feature that it had. So it is question worthy in that aspect. So it creates a mechanical process by creating a vacuum, a negative pressure, and it draws the prey inside through its trapdoor. Sea cucumbers. If there is a question this year on one particular species, sea cucumber has all the necessary masala to ask one question. Okay, what all are there? So, sea cucumbers, first thing you have to understand, is a marine animal. It has no legs, eyes or blood. Looks somewhat like that. Now, the important feature of the sea cucumbers are all these points. Let's try exploring each of this. So, you can see it's a very simple organism. It does not have a clear defined structure or anything. In fact, it does not even have its own eyes and legs or blood. So, what happens is, most of the times, all the sand and everything, it passes through the sea cucumber's body. It takes whatever organic matter is needed from it and it excretes the rest. When it's excreting, what happens is, you have whatever compound is there, it undergoes changes in its body. When it gets excreted, it excretes inorganic nitrogen and phosphorus. Thus meaning, in your plant, in your water bodies also, they need nitrogen and phosphorus and all to grow, right? So, sea cucumbers are one of the major reasons why these areas are having nitrogen-rich soils. First thing. Second thing is, one other byproduct of the sea cucumber's digestion is calcium carbonate. So, imagine this small creature, it has no other extra decorations or anything, but it's giving nitrogen and phosphorus. Then, one other byproduct of its excretion is your calcium carbonate. And this calcium carbonate is the major thing that forms your coral reefs. So, again, that also, coral reef improvement also, if you want, you can look out for your sea cucumbers. Okay. Then, These are all by virtue of its original features. Apart from that, there's a common belief that there are certain chemicals in the body of the sea cucumber which will give joint pain relief. So, which means it has some medicinal properties also. So, all in all, if you look at it, this is a very important species. It falls under the Schedule 1 under the Wildlife Protection Act, which is there. And the important factor over here being, this occurs, for example, if you take India, it occurs in the Gulf of Mannar region. Okay. And here, from 2001 onwards, there is a total ban on the harvesting and transporting of sea cucumbers. Okay. But despite this, there's a lot of illegal trade of this particular species. So now, this is the third species which India is trying to put into the CITES Appendix 1 category. Okay, because we need to, we already have a ban in our own country, but despite that, this is not, because the trade is happening to the other countries, you need global cooperation to curb on it. That is why it is again in news. One more reason it is again in news is this last point. Lakshadweep has now created the world's first conservation reserve for sea cucumbers. And that happened this last year. So, because of all of these reasons, this is a good species to ask a very definitive question on. Okay. The Indian black honeybee, otherwise called as the Apis carinodon. Again, this is a bee species spotted in the Western Ghats after almost 200 years, and this falls under the near threatened category. One point I just want to stress on over here is, it is seen in the central Western Ghats and in the southern Western Ghats. So, primarily it's endemic to this particular area. It's not seen anywhere else. The only important feature being, it's a rediscovery after 200 years. But again, the relative importance given to the species in the newspapers was very high. Okay. So, you had several articles saying about what it means for the entire ecosystem and everything. That is why I have picked this. So, it's seen in the Western Ghat region. Finally, the gharials, we already have discussed it one round. It's critically endangered. It's seen in Chambal River. The secondary habitat of it is in the Ghagra, Gantak, Ram Ganga, Son and the Girva rivers, and you are also seeing it going to be reintroduced in the BS river. So, BS river reintroduction will also happen, and thus gharial is there in news because of that also. Finally, Indus dolphin. Ganges dolphin it has already been exhausted and asked. The Indus dolphin is the state aquatic animal of Punjab. It can only be found in the lower parts of the Indus River and in the river BS. Okay, so lower parts of Indus River go mostly into the Pakistan region. In the Indian region, it is seen in the BS River. It is endangered and it falls under CITES Appendix 1. Yes, we are done.